20 years ago, demons broke through the divine barrier that protected humans and invaded their continent. Since then, a fierce war between the two races began. The war, full of fear and chaos, dragged on for 10 long years. The mage, fighting on the side of the people, summoned the flames, releasing a powerful attack. The battlefield was filled with fury. Humans and demons fought using magic and strength. The warriors fought against the demon lord, trying to hold back the onslaught. The demon lord screamed, "Die!" while the others rushed into battle. At the most decisive moment, when the hero entered into battle with the Lord of Demons, he, having gathered all his strength, defeated the enemy in a fierce battle. This event put an end to the 10-year conflict. 10 years have passed since then. The world has begun to recover, and life in the royal capital has gradually returned to normal. On one of the central buildings hung a guild sign with crossed swords on the sign. Here, in the place where adventurers gathered, someone was writing information in a book with a quill. The bartender, with a thick beard, holding a note in his hands, asked in surprise, "Huh." He wanted to know what had happened to his visitor this time. The young man answered slowly that nothing special. The atmosphere around was calm, like that of a tavern, filled with the hum of voices and the aroma of ale. He sat alone, leaning his elbows on the counter, looking thoughtfully away, and without much enthusiasm continued that he wanted to resign. It was obvious that he was lost in his own thoughts. His name was Theodore, and he was an adventurer. Theodore was not believed when he said that he had decided to retire. His interlocutor reminded him in surprise that he had been part of the heroes group that had fought the demon lord. Theo just laughed and calmly said that he was just a handyman. He explained that he had only done the dirty work for others. Now, he said, he was just an adventurer. A guildmaster named Victor reacted to Theodore's statement with restraint. He admitted that he did not know how much the guild would be weakened by the departure of one person, but did not deny that it was possible. He himself didn't know exactly what would happen next. Theo continued his thoughts, saying that even if the task board was empty, he wouldn't care. Victor told Theodore that peaceful times had come, so there are fewer tasks. Theodore replied that now mostly young adventurers go underground and explore them. Sitting at the mug, Victor remembered that the members of the heroes group were paid a well-deserved large sum. Theo agreed, and added that he was given so much money that he might not have time to spend it in his life. Despite all this, he noticed that he worked on par with the young people. Victor was surprised that Theodore, despite his age, decided to resign. At the same time, the screen indicated that Theo was only 35 years old. Theo admitted with a serious expression that he had dreamed of a quiet life since childhood. He looked at the mug and said that he was just very tired, to which Victor looked at Theodore with a puzzled expression. The guildmaster was surprised to see that Theo said this with such a serious expression on his face that it was hard not to take him seriously. However, he still asked him what he was going to do next. In conclusion, Theo quietly looked away and admitted to himself why he actually became an adventurer. When the main character was 10 years old, his parents died of illness. Then adventurers found him, sheltered him, and began to take care of him, and he, in turn, helped them as much as he could. The young man recalled that he was lucky to find himself in good company. The adventurers actively discussed various issues with him, and he felt at home among them. He said he was lucky enough to be born with 3 skills. The others were shocked by his innate abilities when he first demonstrated them. The first skill he had was the appraisal skill. This skill allowed him to easily determine the properties of objects, such as herbs, which was helpful during his travels. The second skill was the crafting skill. With it, he could craft and repair various objects, making him useful in a variety of situations. The third was the taming skill. This gift allowed him to understand monsters and, if necessary, tame them, avoiding confrontations. All 3 abilities proved to be extremely useful in the adventurer's life. Some even started quarrels, arguing over who invited him to the team first. Then Theo remembered a girl approaching him. She smiled at him. The hero was surrounded by the entire group. He remembered how at that moment he was invited to join the heroes squad, the moment from which everything changed. The man said that after the war ended, the group of heroes was disbanded. He asked what the main character was going to do after leaving. The main character thought about buying a farm in some village in the wilderness and living there. He noted that he grew up in a village and knows how to handle the land. The guildmaster asked him in surprise if he really wanted to trade the life of an adventurer for growing vegetables. The protagonist responded by wondering how he could be useful in peacetime. Suddenly, Victor suggested that Theo take up exploration of the New World, which greatly surprised the young man. He spoke of a mysterious new continent that appeared after the demons were defeated. No one had seen it before the war, and its origins remain unknown. Victor explained that people believed that the continent's appearance was due to the disappearance of the protective barrier against demons. He added that the first expedition to study it would soon be organized. Victor added that the main character's skills could be very useful on the new continent. He asked to think about the offer and give an answer later. Victor continued that this could be the last adventure for the main character. He added that there was a lot of undeveloped land there and asked what he thought about it. The protagonist imagined a hut in a sunny forest, as if thinking about a quiet rural life. He thought that a quiet life in uncharted lands didn't sound so bad after all. The old man with the beard asked if the protagonist was interested and added that he could go with him. The protagonist, a little embarrassed, agreed. The protagonist, after some hesitation, signed the papers. The old man was happy and noted that everything had become much better. He added that experienced adventurers would be useful on the new continent because it was unknown what might happen there. The old man began the conversation hesitantly, and the main character only smiled in response, scratching the back of his head. The protagonist said that he was glad to work with an old man named Victor. He suggested that this task be considered the last. Victor happily noted that the guild will always remember Theodore's contribution. He spent the remaining time after leaving the guild preparing for the journey. Theo went into the store to buy everything he needed. After that, he met with his current group mates. Having said goodbye to his comrades, he left the tavern where they were sitting and finally said to himself, "Finally." Having reached the port where the ships were standing ready to sail, Theodore happily began loading things. The place where he ended up was called the port city of Kalyali. It took the protagonist a whole month to complete all the preparations and arrive at the port to set sail for the new world. He looked confident, ready for the upcoming journey, although in his soul he felt a little nervous. While walking around the city, a little girl caught up with him, calling out to him joyfully. She ran happily after him. The little girl handed the hero a handful of candies and offered them to him with a smile. Her kindness touched the young man and brought a warm smile to his face. The hero thanked the girl for the treat and, gently patting her head, said that a difficult path awaited him. He knew that there would be many trials ahead. Victor met him and said that the world had changed in the last 10 years. The hero thought about it, remembering how much life had changed. Victor continued that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The hero did not expect to see Victor at all and asked in surprise why he had come, since they had already said goodbye. Victor brushed aside the suggestion that he had come simply to see her off. He looked determined, as if he was about to voice an important decision. There was a momentary pause and birds flew over the port. The hero froze in thought, not understanding what Victor was leading to. Finally, the young man reminded that he himself was going to swim with them, where Victor would be the team leader. The young man asked again if he was really serious, to which Victor confidently confirmed. The old man said that he had seen his grandchildren and was now ready to set out, even if it was his last journey. He confessed that he dreamed of living his life to the end as a true adventurer. His words sounded with sincere calm and inner determination. The hero was surprised to remind him that his interlocutor was already 70 years old and asked what other adventures could happen at that age. But the old man only laughed, noting that dwarves live longer than people. His cheerfulness and confidence left no doubt about his intentions. The young man thought that there was no point in worrying about such a comrade. He felt relieved, because he realized that Victor had enough strength and spirit to cope with any difficulties. His face expressed calm and respect. This dwarf was known as a dragon slayer, nicknamed Bloodwind. Before he led the guild, he dedicated his entire life to battle. He came from a noble family, but treated everyone equally, which is why he was respected. The hero acknowledged Victor with admiration as an outstanding warrior and leader. According to him, he considered him a hero even more than a real hero. His gaze showed sincere respect. The assembled allies, each with their own character, were a motley but strong team. Among them were serious fighters and scientists ready to explore the unknown. This filled the atmosphere with the spirit of anticipation of a great journey. The hero exclaimed in response with a slight smile, feeling the tension gradually disappear. He felt better, because he saw so many reliable people nearby. Victor introduced the scientists, a geologist, a climatologist, and a monster researcher. They were joined by 15 adventurers with different skills, forming a squad of 20. This team looked prepared and ready for a challenge. The hero introduced himself as Theodore and greeted the others with a smile. He noted to himself that they all looked quite young. Upon seeing Theodore, the adventurers were delighted to recognize him as the same jack-of-all-trades Theo, and did not hide their delight. They expressed that it was a great honor for them to sail with him and were sincerely happy about his presence. The young man with big eyes couldn't believe his luck and enthusiastically reminded him that Theo had helped the heroes group in everything. His companion added that he was looking forward to seeing with his own eyes what he was capable of. Theodore turned to Victor in confusion, disturbed by his words, which had turned him into an object of general admiration. Victor calmly admitted that he had said exactly what was needed, assuring that the young man should have guessed what it would lead to. Soon the command to sail was given. Victor, clapping his hands, urged the squad on, reminding them that the sun was not waiting, and it was time to start the journey, to which Theo, sighing slightly, finally gave his consent. Arriving on deck, the protagonist inquires about the lack of a crew. Victor regretfully explains that they cannot take anyone extra, and all resources are strictly limited. Victor expresses a wish that a larger ship be allocated for the expedition. After clarifying the situation with provisions, Theodore realizes that upon arrival on the island, the first thing he will need to do is find food. He then asks if there is a way to preserve food supplies, to which he receives a confident answer that everything has already been provided. The interlocutor immediately agrees and is ready to offer a solution. Victor proudly produces the magical bag, claiming it is from the National Vault. He assures that it will be an indispensable artifact on their journey. The magic bag turned out to be much more capacious than it seemed, and was capable of storing food and water for 2 weeks. Moreover, its contents were not subject to time and did not spoil. The old man, beaming with joy, boasts that with difficulty, but still managed to get such a valuable artifact for their team. Theodore, with a stone face, looks at Victor and asks for an explanation. The young man asked permission to look inside the magic bag, assuming there must be a lot of stuff there. His companion, in a panic, shouted at him to stop. The embarrassed young man apologized when he heard that the guild had to rent a bag, since they were not in the best of situations right now. The bearded man admitted with annoyance that this was exactly how things turned out. The young man inquired about his companion's health, and he wearily replied that he was fine. After that, the entire group began preparing to sail. One of the crew noted that the wind was favorable today, and another encouraged the others by saying that everything was going well. The ship's captain gave the order to sail. The old man offered the young man to pass the oar to someone else, but he refused, explaining that he liked to work, and added that here one could die of boredom without doing anything. The young man enjoyed rowing and noted how nice it was to feel the teamwork. He added with a smile that they were all working for the common good. The ship left the port, and the captain shouted loudly to the adventurers to move forward. The ship sailed out to sea, leaving behind only waves and the silhouettes of seagulls circling above the deck. The young man, looking at the map, noticed that the wind was in their favor. The bearded man agreed, saying that if things continued like this, they would quickly reach the continent. 2 girls on the ship expressed the thought that perhaps the gods had blessed their journey and began to pray. The young man watched as several of the crew prayed and thought that some adventurers were quite religious. He supposed that it made it easier for them to accept death, but at the same time he felt that things were not going so smoothly and decided that it was too early to thank the gods. The ship began to stop, to which Theo thought that this was not a good sign. Looking at the map, the old man noticed that the wind had stopped. The young man confirmed that this was true. The guy with the book, who called himself a climatologist, explained that according to his calculations, the wind would not appear anytime soon. He admitted that he could not say exactly when it would rise again. The hero asked with a worried look if even scientists really didn't know when the wind would rise. The climatologist explained that the open sea was unpredictable, and such weather could last from a couple of days to a couple of weeks. One of the adventurers, hearing this, exclaimed in fear, clarifying that it could even be a matter of several weeks. Showing the sacks of provisions, one of the group members worriedly reminded them that their food and water supplies were not endless. He asked if there was a safe place or a town nearby where they could take refuge. The crew members were talking amongst themselves, surmising that if the wind didn't come soon, they would have to find a solution. One of them noted with alarm that this was already becoming a problem. Another man with a beard and his comrade confirmed with concern that if things continued like this, then their entire group will simply die. The protagonist asked in bewilderment why the concern had suddenly arisen, and said that he was able to turn seawater into fresh water. He demanded that they bring him seawater, which caused some slight confusion among those around him. One of the crew members began scooping up seawater, explaining that the main reason people don't drink it is because of the salt. The hero used his ability to remove the salt from the water, turning it into a drinkable liquid, which made a strong impression on the team. One of the comrades immediately drank the resulting water to check its suitability. Having tasted the water, the companions exclaimed that it was indeed fit for drinking, and with relief they realized that now they would not die of thirst. The team cheered, thanking the protagonist for saving them while he modestly stated that he was overrated. Some of the crew members began to rejoice and laugh, and one of the girls turned towards the team. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the ship, which attracted the attention of everyone present, causing surprise in the girl with glasses. The crew spoke anxiously among themselves, noticing that something strange was happening in the water, and this creature, according to them, was hostile. The captain suddenly calls Theo to follow him as panic breaks out on deck due to the approaching threat. The protagonist looks forward in amazement, mentally exclaiming that he sees something completely incomprehensible and shocking. From above, they show something approaching in the water, the size of which exceeds 10 meters, which causes serious concern. The captain turns to Theo with a serious expression and says that if the situation gets out of control, they need to be prepared for the worst outcome. One of the team members suggests that it might be a dangerous monster and suggests attacking first to avoid risk. The main character, hearing the scream, turns in surprise towards his frightened comrades, clearly not expecting what was happening. The creature in the water is rapidly approaching. The team prepares to attack. The heroes take defensive positions, preparing to repel a possible threat. There is a strange sound and a tense silence, emphasized by the dark background, instilling a sense of the unknown and fear. When the creature appears at the side, it turns out to be a cute, friendly creature, causing confusion and surprise in Theo and the captain. The creature continues to make friendly sounds, splashing around near the ship, and the heroes on deck are perplexed, not understanding how to react to the unexpected visitor. One of the team members admitted that he had never seen such a cute animal, and another wondered why it was so cute. However, the man with the beard demanded not to relax. The older man beckoned to Kelly, gesturing for her to come over. The protagonist turned to face the girl, who was at the other end of the deck. The protagonist remembered that Kelly was a monster researcher. He noted that he had heard many different rumors about her, and that she graduated from the Royal Academy at a young age due to her intelligence. Kelly compared the creature to a hippopotamus, which is found in rivers. She added that such creatures do not live in salt water, and admitted that she does not know why it is so large. The researcher exclaimed happily that this might be a completely unexplored species. She noted with admiration how magnificent it was. When asked if she had any information about this creature in her notes, she replied that she could not give a precise answer, since this species was not described anywhere. The girl added that usually creatures like this one may indeed not be aggressive, but she was not sure of this. She explained that these creatures do not like it when someone enters their territory and try to get rid of uninvited guests. On land, they can move at a speed of up to 40 kilometers per hour and even faster in water. The researcher enthusiastically suggested calling the creature a sea hippopotamus, which surprised one of her companions. An elderly man, observing what was happening, noticed that everyone was tense. The protagonist admitted that the situation needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Theodore asked Victor if it was possible to approach the creature. The young man confidently stated that he wanted to try to tame this creature. He walked up to the railing and began to watch the sea hippopotamus, which was calmly swimming in the water near the ship. The elderly companion only anxiously warned the hero to be careful. One of the companions orders the others to remain calm and not move while the protagonist uses his abilities to tame the creature. The young man mentally notes that Victor turned out to be an excellent leader, which allows him to focus on the task without being distracted by others. The protagonist prepares for action, thinking that the absence of strangers is good because he needs to concentrate, and the presence of others would only interfere. The creature continues to watch the events from the water, showing no hostility, calmly swimming in front of the ship. The protagonist releases a thin beam of light from his hand, which rushes straight towards the creature, establishing magical contact with it. He addresses the creature by the nickname given earlier and asks what it wants from them, to which it only silently looks back. The companions watch this scene with bewilderment, wondering whether the creature really came of its own free will and why it came so close. The protagonist assures the creature that they will not harm him, and notes to himself that he senses no hostility from it, and that it does not even seem hungry. The creature responds, "I see." He thinks out loud, trying to understand the creature's motives, and asks it to explain why it came to them. The creature tries to express its emotions with its entire appearance, uttering a drawn-out "well," as if it cannot find the words. The sea beast, beaming with friendliness, admitted that he approached them only because he found them interesting. The young man from the ship looked silently at the creature, who responded with a joyful sound. The protagonist laughed and said that the beast was simply interested in them. He added that if he wanted, he could swim with them. The creature happily exclaimed in agreement. The old man asked in surprise why the hero seemed so happy with the creature. The hero calmly replied that everything was fine, and assured that he had simply told the beast that it could swim with them because they liked it. The old warrior approached the hero with an idea. He asked if he could ask the beast to push the ship, because hippos are very strong. The young man thought about the proposal and agreed to try, imagining in his mind how the beast was pushing the ship. Meanwhile, the beast swam in the water, showing no signs of aggression. The hero thought that the decision was still his. The protagonist came closer and said that they had some problems. The wind had died down and the ship was not moving. He asked the beast if he could push the ship. Taming consists of 3 steps. First, you need to talk to the creature. Then you had to establish a relationship with it through an equal exchange, and finally give the order. However, if the monster does not do this of its own free will, the taming is considered unsuccessful. The young man said that he was at the 2nd stage of taming and was watching the creature from above, assessing its reaction, and if the creature did not want to, then it would be possible to simply ask it to leave. The creature expressed its willingness to help, to which the young man thanked it and offered something in return for its help. The young man began to offer various reward options, including food and a magic stone, but the creature consistently refused each of them. Even when the young man offered many things, the creature continued to refuse, leaving him confused. The young man began to get irritated, complaining that he was not succeeding and that he could not simply ask for help without reciprocity, doubting whether everything was all right with the creature. The creature finally spoke, asking the boy to share his mana, making it clear that this was the desired exchange. The young man was surprised when he realized that the creature wanted to become his pet, and asked again if this was really his wish. The creature answered affirmatively, the young man thought, noting that for some reason his mana was very attractive to some monsters, and this was not the first time. He remembered that such cases had happened before, and earlier, the monsters themselves asked to become his pets. Now they live in different parts of the world. The creature, jumping joyfully in the water, demanded mana, to which the young man responded with consent and promised to give it right away. The main character thought about how best to name the sea hippopotamus, because every pet needs a name. He decided to begin the taming ritual by activating the magic circle in front of the monster. Some of the team members were shocked by what was happening and watched in amazement. The protagonist loudly pronounced his name, introducing himself as Theodore Durkheim. He shared his mana with the creature and gave it a name, Begalof, while also becoming its master. The creature confirmed its taming by recognizing Theodore as its master and calling itself Begalof. The completion of the magical contract occurred, and the light from the circle engulfed the sea hippopotamus. An older friend approached Theodore and asked about the result. The hero reported that the taming was successful. However, immediately after this he felt ill and, staggering, he leaned on his companion. The team captain exclaimed in concern, asking what had happened to him, but Theodore only replied that he felt unwell. The protagonist thought that he had always been confident in his abilities, but now he was experiencing something unusual and disturbing. He noted that even when he had made a contract with the powerful dragon, he had never felt as strange as he did now. The young man thought about the sea creature he had just established a connection with, and tried to understand what it really was. Watching this creature smile widely, the hero noted that it was also smiling, causing him misunderstanding and slight confusion. The hero asked the creature named Begalof if he had received the mana that had been transferred to him. The creature said with a satisfied look that the mana was very tasty, which caused a slight smile and surprise in the hero. The young man watching the scene said he was glad the creature liked it and noted that his speech was becoming more and more clear and confident. He reminded Begalof that it was now his turn to fulfill the promise he had made earlier, urging him to action. A group of people reacted in panic to what was happening. Someone shouted, "What?" Another tried to stop, but the creature had already jumped into the water, preparing to act. Panic broke out on board the ship, with people screaming, clinging to the railings, and trying to keep their balance as the ship was carried along at breakneck speed. Everything was thrown into motion when a huge sea creature, Begalof, leapt into the water and began pushing the ship. Theodore, startled by the sudden speed, tried to shout over the noise and coaxed the hippopotamus to slow down a bit. The young man was genuinely surprised by how powerful and at the same time fast this creature was. Its size seemed deceptive. He expected sluggishness, but saw amazing energy and strength. Inside himself, he admitted that this creature was much more interesting and mysterious than he had previously imagined. Victor, one of the comrades, shouted joyfully that everything had turned out wonderfully, and the job had been done perfectly. Theodore, despite the raging water and the instability of the vessel, grinned back and confirmed his words. At that moment, both felt relieved and proud of what had happened. The men laughed, happy that the journey had started off well, but suddenly Theo tensed up. He noticed that something was wrong. The ship suddenly began to slow down, and the movement became much less sure. He immediately suspected that the cause was Begalof and called out to him, asking if he was tired. It turned out that the hippopotamus was not exhausted at all, but was simply upset. The creature was upset that Theo wasn't watching him as he worked hard to push the boat. It wanted praise, recognition of its efforts, and it took the attention as a sign of approval. The young man was perplexed. The protagonist observed the creature in the water and noted to himself that it behaved like a child. He was surprised to realize how much childishness was evident in its behavior. And then he added that the creature, on top of everything else, was also incredibly cute. Theo, realizing this, promised with a smile to watch him while he worked, and Begalof immediately cheered up. The creature snorted contentedly and set to work again with redoubled enthusiasm. True, the young man set a condition to swim more calmly, but it was obvious that the hippopotamus's joy drowned out this moment, and he simply did not hear it. Despite all the unexpectedness, the encounter with Begalof was not only unusual, but also useful. All the travelers admitted that this creature brought them only benefit. It became an important part of their journey. Theo created a windbreak. He added that everything was fine, clearly pleased with the situation. Their journey continued in more comfortable conditions. Begalof watched this with great interest. Humming something, he looked thoughtfully at the caught fish. The ship sailed quietly. The main character and his new companion looked into the distance together. A week passed. One of the crew members excitedly noted that he saw land. They were approaching it. The boy said that he saw a new light. Everyone looked at the view in amazement. Theodore thanked the hippopotamus, noting that thanks to his help, they were able to get here safe and sound. Begalof smiled and made a satisfied sound. People started to get off the ship and onto the boats. The young man noted that after everything that had happened to them, and they had finally arrived, everyone was in a good mood. Theodore exclaimed confidently and proudly that they could now begin their exploration. Their new companion timidly asked if he could go with them, to which Theo replied that Begalof was now his pet, and they could go on the journey together. The young man cried out in admiration. The second traveler looked around the unfamiliar lands with amazement. He exclaimed that he now understood what this new continent was like. Ahead of them, there was much that was unknown. They discussed the unusual nature of the new continent with admiration. The travelers noted that the animals and vegetation here were completely different from the usual ones. The situation became more and more interesting with each passing minute. Victor, the expedition leader, gave the group strict orders to remain calm. He warned them not to touch anything for now, for their own safety. The team froze, awaiting further instructions. He was giving orders that they needed to decide on a course of action. First, they needed to make sure that they were safe here for now, and then they could use the boats and move the cargo from the ship here. The older man with a thick beard said that he understood the feelings of the others, because they were the first people to land on this shore. He noticed that the others were very worried, and turned to the young man expecting his consent. The young man with the boxes in his hands was busy with his work when Begalof suddenly appeared next to him. Someone shouted at him to be careful, and another called out to Theodore, trying to get his attention. Theo was surprised and turned around when he felt movement next to him. Theo's older companion was concerned that Begalof was acting in a way that could cause him to accidentally fall. He called out to the sea beast, warning him of the danger. Theo noticed that the hippopotamus had not left his side since he became his pet. The young man admitted with a slight smile that it was really difficult to refuse such a cute creature. The hippopotamus looked at Theodore so sweetly that he especially noted this. The man thought about how he always wanted to protect the sea animal when he looked at it. Victor thought that it was stronger than all of them put together, but he still felt the need to protect him. Then Theo added that the animal's affection was like a miracle. The old man suggested that perhaps he had feelings for it because of the duckling syndrome, but admitted that he liked it. The young man said that the current situation would not stop him. He clenched his fist full of determination and emphasized that right now his main task must be accomplished. A clear intention appeared in Theo's mind: to build a camp. One of the explorers said that their goal was to study this land and then cultivate it. He noted that they urgently needed to build a place where they would be safe. His interlocutor noted that if they did not manage to build a camp before nightfall, they would have to spend the night in the open. Theo, remembering the past, sighed and said that sleeping on the ground had once been a habit for him. However, now he admitted that he did not like it. The hero remembered how it was during the campaigns, when everyone just fell asleep on the grass. He quickly decided that he needed to speed up, and said so out loud. His companion urged him to get to work quickly. From the ship, Theodore spotted a suitable spot on one of the hills. He noted that they were lucky, because part of the continent was clearly visible from the ship. Theodore plans to suggest starting to explore the area from another point. Behemoth called Theodore. Begalof asked if they were going to build houses in this place at all, and timidly asked if he would have his own home. Theodore was surprised. The young man answered the hippopotamus in the affirmative. Theo admitted that, although he had agreed to the construction, he was not confident in his abilities. He noted that it would require collecting a lot of materials, after which he joyfully exclaimed that the house would definitely be built. Begalof looked at Theodore with affection. The old man said that he was just manipulating them, and the creature itself looked pleased, and said the young man's name. But since the creature was now part of their group, he didn't mind. The senior participant, with a gentle smile, urged the young man to stop worrying and finally get to work. He added that everyone was relying on his abilities, while the rest of the squad were already busy cutting down trees. The young man said with a smile that he understood. Using his ability to judge, the young man conducted research and came to the conclusion that the selected wood was almost ideal for any needs. The old man noted that all the members of the group were very experienced and had unique skills, but what impressed him most was how hard they worked. Victor added that building a home for 20 people was a very difficult task. The warrior warned the others to be careful. A tree was falling. The elder calculated that with 4 people living in a house, they would need 5 houses, as well as one separate one for the creature, after which he sighed that there was still a lot of work ahead. The young man, looking down slightly, apologized for his comrade's behavior. Noticing the creature looking at him, he turned around, and the hippopotamus responded with concern, asking if something had happened. The young man, with a gentle smile, reassured his companion that everything was fine. He thought to himself that he was a real cutie after all. Then the young man admitted that they would have to live in difficult conditions until they had collected enough materials. The sea creature asked with a worried look if it could help. At the same time, it tried to console the young man, telling him not to worry so much. Suddenly, the creature confidently moved forward, surprising everyone present. One of the companions wondered what it was going to do, to which the young man admitted with slight embarrassment that he himself did not know. The 2 warriors, watching what was happening, chuckled. One of them asked the creature what he wanted to help them with, and then noted ironically that it didn't even have arms, which caused a friendly laugh. Begalof suddenly developed sharp horns. Everyone around became alarmed. The young man watched in surprise as the sea hippopotamus began to do something near the tree, and admitted that he himself was seeing this for the first time. The man noticed that the hippopotamus's horns seemed to be made of manna, after which the creature suddenly struck the tree, causing it to fall with a crash. The young man watched in amazement as the uprooted tree flew away. He was amazed that the hippopotamus's horns, made of mana, had such incredible power. One of the team members ordered everyone to move away so that the tree would not crush anyone. Soon, a neatly stacked pile of wood and stones lay in front of them. The man with the thick beard was stunned that all the necessary materials had been prepared in less than a day. He could not believe that all this had been done by a hippopotamus who was so eager to help. Begalof, holding a tree in his teeth, looks pleased, but one of the group members notes that despite his friendliness, he may be dangerous. She shares her observation with the protagonist, who listens to her attentively. A monster researcher named Kelly concludes that the creature is a member of the dragon family. Her statement sounds confident, and she explains that this is not just any animal, but a representative of a powerful and dangerous species. The protagonist and the old man are shocked to the core when they hear that there is a dragon in front of them. Their reaction is one of disbelief and shock, because the creature seemed harmless and cute on the outside. When Kelly confirms that she is talking about Begalof, everyone present is stunned. One of the men tries to soften the situation, saying that he understands the feelings of the researcher, because this statement completely changes the perception of the creature. The monster researcher said that, based on her observations, she had made conclusions about the creature during her journey, studying its body. The protagonist responded to her conclusions with interest. The protagonist admitted that when he tamed the creature, it behaved rather unusually. The researcher concluded that the creature most likely belongs to the earth dragons, and there are no other options. The girl was shocked to learn that the creature had absorbed more mana than even a high-ranking monster. She asked the protagonist again, not believing what she had heard, and asked him to repeat it. They began to discuss whether to tell the other members of the group that the creature was a dragon. The protagonist was worried that it might cause panic, but the older man said that it was not worth doing. The researcher, overcome with excitement, asked permission to examine the creature further. She admitted that it turned out to be much more interesting than she had initially assumed. The researcher suggested that this creature used to live near the continent. She noted that it was impossible to determine its gender or diet from its appearance, but it seemed omnivorous. In terms of size, it was still a child and had yet to grow and develop. The young man asked her doubtfully if she was in her right mind. The elderly companion calmly said that scientists always have oddities and advised her not to pay attention. However, the girl wondered where this creature came from. She was interested in where it came from and who it could have been before. She felt that there could be a whole story hidden behind the creature's appearance. The interlocutor asked the little creature that was looking at him with curiosity how one could tell that someone was an adult. The creature looked at him carefully, not immediately understanding what he was getting at. In response, they explained to him that age can be determined by the shape of the tail. They showed an example. An adult's tail is longer and straighter, while a child's is shorter and has rounded features. Theodore stroked the dragon and said, "That's how it is." The young man realized that the creature was behaving this way because he was still a child. Theo wondered what would happen when the dragon grew up and suddenly crushed him. But he immediately dismissed these thoughts and decided not to think about it. The woman said with interest that she had become even more curious and asked to tell her everything that could be learned about the creature. After which she said mysteriously, "You know what?" She suddenly approached the man and, with a tense look, demanded that if he learned anything new, he should tell her about it first. The man was confused and had difficulty answering. The protagonist said that he had explored the area and noted that the land here was fertile, which meant that the camp could be established in this place. The listeners approved of his decision. The bearded man added that the site was far enough from the river that they would not be flooded in case of bad weather. He was also pleased with the availability of free space suitable for building houses. The hero, standing next to the creature, noted that all the materials had already been collected thanks to his help. Another man noted that the creature had worked for 10 people. The protagonist decided that since the land had already been found, construction could begin. The young man assured that everything was fine, although he was asked with concern about possible problems. He thought about having a clear picture of everything he needed before he started. He collected his thoughts and emphasized that imagination was the key to everything. One of the observers did not immediately understand what he meant, but the young man explained that one must carefully imagine the end result. He mentioned that the more complex the thing, the more details need to be taken into account, otherwise nothing will work. He also noted that he does not want to spend a lot of time. So Theo is going to do it quickly. Concentrating, he began to use the skill to turn the wood into bars by manipulating the magical energy. The hero pondered the process of turning rock and sand into glass, noting that the end result was already thought out in his head. He added that the next step would be to transform the rock into metal. His monologue was interrupted by a promising, "and therefore." Finally, Theodore built a large and beautiful house. He impressed everyone. People watching the process were amazed by the speed and quality of the work. They could not hide their surprise at what they saw. One of the young men was surprised that everything was ready, since less than 10 minutes had passed. The other one confirmed this in confusion. Inside the house, one of the guys was amazed. He did not expect to live in such a place with private rooms. He noted that even the glass here is of high quality, and it all resembles an aristocrat's palace. The group of friends expressed their gratitude, admitting that they would not have managed without the young man's help. One of them admitted that he had always been interested in how the exploration of the new continent would proceed. The young man himself enthusiastically promised to build the remaining buildings by the end of the day. The others admired his abilities, but the elder asked him to rest a little. However, the young man continued to work despite the persuasion. He said that there were only 3 houses left. Finally, the entire camp was completely built. Several houses stood in neat rows, and it was announced that the camp was complete. The character asked irritably why they hadn't listened to him, reminding him that he had warned them of danger. He then wearily noted that the door looked different from the others, turning to Theo for an explanation. Theodore began to answer, but was interrupted by the dragon's cry. The dragon's cry was heard, he was calling Theodore. He brought them the game he had caught. Everyone was very surprised. Begalof asked Theodore whether he liked it or not. The young man exclaimed in surprise, asking if he had really understood everything himself. There was amazement in his voice from the sudden realization. The dragon firmly stated that he wanted to continue helping, demonstrating his determination and dedication to the common cause. With his words, he hit the nail on the head. Begalof looked with huge eyes and said in admiration, "Wow." The young man said that the door was made so that the creature could open it on its own. He added that it did not let in the cold, so it would be warm inside, even at night. Then the creature suddenly flew into the building with force, knocking the young man off his feet. The boy, stunned and dizzy, found himself on the floor. The creature, clinging to the boy, expressed gratitude to him, saying that he liked it. It addressed him by name, thanking him for his care. The young man, with a kind smile, replied that there was nothing to thank for, addressing the creature by name. Evening came, and happy people gathered around the fire. They proposed to raise their glasses, celebrating the end of a hard day. The bearded man thanked Theo for his work, to which Theo replied that he was always happy to help, noting that the drink was quite good. He added that he was glad that everything was resolved quickly and without consequences. One of the group members suggested having a good rest today so that they could get down to business with renewed strength tomorrow. Everyone unanimously supported this suggestion. The young man noted with delight that the boar was very tasty. The girl next to him said that the meat literally melted in the mouth. One of the comrades noticed that the little animal also wanted to try the meat. The warrior looked at it with interest, bringing the food closer. The group of scientists expressed their joy at having a camp and the opportunity to get to know each other properly. One of them suggested introducing themselves through stories. The girl with glasses noted that there was a lot of volcanic rock nearby, and the young scientist added that perhaps the nearest mountain was a volcano, and he couldn't wait to explore it. The girl said that she was going to go into the forest to find new birds and animals. She would also like to explore the local ecosystem and, if she was lucky, meet some interesting monsters. The young man noticed that some of the campers had their own atmosphere. He laughed and continued eating the food on the stick. The young man, interested, approached the girl and asked what she was eating. He admitted that he became terribly interested. The girl with her mouth full calmly replied that she was eating the stomach, holding the prepared piece on a stick. The boy asked her in surprise if she really ate the stomach and wondered if she was disgusted. The girl confidently declared that she was not disgusted at all. The stomach was quite tasty. Then, sitting on a log by the fire, she thought that the others did not yet understand the taste of such dishes. The researcher said that if someone doesn't like it, they shouldn't watch it, because it's normal for her. She explained that tasting is part of the monster research, and besides, they all get tested for poison first. The girl asked Theo if he was sure he didn't want to try it since it was research. The creature standing next to him exclaimed that it wanted to try it. The noise spread across the mountainous terrain. It was quiet near the houses standing among the mountains. The young man told the little dragon that it had been fun, and the creature agreed. He then told the dragon that he would sleep in another house tonight and apologized. The girl bid Begalof good night. The young man said that they would see each other tomorrow, to which the creature, Begalof, made a questioning sound. Continuing to walk, the creature gently nudged the young man, questioningly saying its name. The creature, called Begalof, approached Theodore with an offer to sleep with him. Theodore looked at the creature in surprise. Theodore remembered the researcher telling him that Begalof was still a child and that this should not be forgotten. He also remembered his childhood, where he, a little boy, cried and called for his mom and dad. Theodore imagined little Begalof looking at the night sky above the water's surface and thinking that it looked like he had no one there either. The young man stroked the dragon and asked Begalof if he had done a good job, and then said that he would sleep with him. Begalof threw the boy onto his back, Theodore exclaimed joyfully, while the dragon let out a joyful cry. Theodore asked Begalof to wait, saying that there was something else he wanted to do. However, Begalof had already fallen asleep, which surprised Theodore. Begalof was fast asleep, making cute snoring sounds, and Theodore looked at him. Theodore stroked the sleeping Begalof, noticing that the poor fellow was tired. Theodore, closing his eyes, decided that he would lie down too, admitting that he too was tired. Theodore and Begalof are sleeping peacefully, curled up, after a tiring day. The man thinks that tomorrow will be a new day, heralding new things to do, which means a lot of work awaits them. Against the backdrop of majestic mountains, shrouded in pre-dawn haze, a grasshopper has frozen on a thin blade of grass. The silence of the early morning is broken only by the barely audible chirping of the insect. In the distance, the silhouettes of several houses can be seen, still immersed in a serene sleep. A loud growl suddenly breaks the morning silence as a paw slams down hard on the ground. The startled grasshopper, sensing danger, jumps away from the unexpected intrusion. A girl with ears and a tail appears in the forest, her wild gaze wary, and next to her stands a large wolf with glowing eyes. The girl lets out a low, warning growl, demonstrating her readiness to defend herself from any threat. Their figures stand out clearly against the background of the gloomy trees, creating a picture of primordial strength. Theodore jerks awake, his eyes wide with sudden alarm and surprise. He hears a distant but distinct growl, rudely disturbing the morning calm. Theodore, still not fully awake, sits on the floor, leaning against Begalof, who continues to sleep peacefully. He looks thoughtfully towards the window, wondering what mysterious noise could have woken them up so early. Questioning thoughts float through his head as he tries to make sense of the situation. Between two village houses, two dark silhouettes are visible, emitting a threatening growl. The morning silence is finally destroyed by their appearance, foreshadowing danger. The girl and the large wolf accompanying her are near a pile of firewood located between the houses and continue to growl. The wolf is greedily gnawing something, probably the remains of yesterday's meal, not paying attention to the surroundings. Theodore, cautiously peering out of the window, suggests that the noise could be coming from wild animals. He is genuinely surprised that they would dare to come so close to their temporary camp. Theodore is suddenly and alarmed by the thought that wild animals may have attacked the people who remained celebrating by the fire. A vivid picture of a carefree group of people gathered around the fire inevitably arises in his mind. Against the backdrop of memories of people having fun the night before, one of whom cheerfully declares that he is also good, Theodore analyzes the reason for the animal's appearance. He comes to the logical conclusion that they were most likely attracted by the remains of food that no one bothered to clean up after the feast. Theodore is determined to deal with the situation immediately, so that the camp does not become a permanent feeding ground for wild animals. He understands that this will require leaving the sleeping Begalof alone for a while. Before leaving, he plans to make at least an improvised blanket for his faithful companion. The young man carefully covers the sleeping Begalof with a light blanket, trying not to make a single unnecessary sound. He moves smoothly and quietly so as not to disturb his friend's sensitive sleep in any way. Theo exhaled nervously. The man thinks that the most important thing now is to leave as unnoticed as possible and not wake up his faithful companion. He leaves the room extremely carefully, trying not to make noise. Theodore peers around the corner very carefully. He tries to assess the situation outside carefully before taking any active steps. A large animal, very similar in appearance to a dog, enthusiastically rummages through a pile of food scraps. Theodore wonders doubtfully whether it is just an ordinary stray dog attracted by the smell of food. However, the appearance and behavior of the animal arouse some vague suspicions in him. Theodore suddenly notices that the animal's fur is emitting a faint glow, indicating that it is emitting mana. This observation immediately makes him realize that this is no ordinary dog, but something far more dangerous. A stunned Theodore is confronted by a pack of wolves, one of which stands out for its large size, its fur glowing faintly in the morning light. He instantly realizes that these are magwolves, dangerous magical creatures known for their strength and ferocity. Magwolves are described as extremely formidable opponents, far superior in strength and intelligence to normal wolves. They are most dangerous when they form large packs and launch coordinated attacks. Theodore thought about how adult magwolves could be up to 3 meters tall, and although he couldn't see exactly, he thought he saw another wolf behind the girl. He wondered why she was with him, since wolves were usually quite fond of humans, and their prey was often children. In any case, he decided that he needed to find out now. The young man approached them, offering to talk a little. The boy apologized for interrupting their meal and tried to assure them that he was not their enemy. The wolf and the girl were surprised by his appearance. They suddenly ran away with a growl. He thought that they wouldn't leave him so easily. The young man ordered them to stand still, regretfully thinking that he had not intended to use taming on them. One wolf turned around sharply, while the other, who looked like a wolf girl, quickly walked away. Theodore exclaimed in surprise as he watched the swift escape. The wolf girl growled from her hiding place, while Theodore was puzzled that his spell had not worked, as the skill always worked on everyone he used it on. The remaining wolf wondered why his companion had run away. The young man suggested that perhaps she was just a special species. The young man said, "Okay, let it be at least like this." The wolf made a pleading sound. The man dropped to one knee and called the wolf to come to him. The young man used taming, assuring the wolf that he was not his enemy. The wolf, in turn, curiously asked what they were doing there. Theodore exclaimed that now everything was clear to him. The wolf explained that they had followed the smell because they were very hungry. The man thought that if he looked closely, the wolf's bones were very visible, and he was scared to imagine what state the girl was in. He felt genuinely sorry for both of them. Theodore said sadly that it was terrible and wondered what had happened to them. The wolf quietly confirmed his unspoken fears. He then asked where the rest of the pack was, or if they were the only ones left. The wolf sadly replied that it was a bear, and added that the bear had killed everyone. The young man was shocked by this news. The wolf continued his story, saying that they had run as far as they could. However, the bear found them and dealt mercilessly with everyone. He added bitterly that it had killed all his relatives, leaving only him alive. Theodore asked again with horror and disbelief if it really was a bear. Theodore realized that a normal bear would not be able to deal with a whole pack of magwolves, which meant that it was a demonic bear. This creature is depicted as a huge, powerful beast with glowing eyes and sharp claws. The demon bear is described as a very cruel and bloodthirsty creature, an unusually strong opponent for magwolves. It does not have any problems to deal with a pack of magwolves. It easily defeats one of them. The wolf said that there was one more left, and Theodore asked if he meant the girl who had just run away. The wolf, looking at the young man, confirmed that he was talking about her. The wolf confirmed that the girl was his own kind, adding that she was still very young and not a good hunter. His words were filled with concern for her fate. This explained why he was so desperate to protect her. The wolf apologized and said they were leaving, thanked her for the treat, and firmly stated that he would protect her. Theodore listened carefully, considering the situation. The wolf's determination was obvious. Theodore said that's how it was. His gaze was thoughtful. The young man, smiling, invited the wolf to join them. The wolf looked at him in surprise. This offer was unexpected. The wolf asked in amazement if they were really being asked to join. His reaction clearly showed how surprised he was by this turn of events. The idea of joining forces with humans seemed incredible to him. Theodore explained that his conscience did not allow him to abandon the little child and her companions to their fate. He stood looking at the wolf, and his words were full of determination. This decision was dictated by his compassion and sense of responsibility. He remembered his comrades, who looked friendly and helpful. They stood together, showing solidarity and support. Theodore smiled and told the wolf that he was ready to feed them, and they would not have to worry about shelter. He added that, besides, the wolf was protecting her, and that was worthy of respect. His offer was sincere and generous. The young man offered to make a deal. He would give them shelter and food in exchange for a little help. It was a mutually beneficial offer. He waited for the wolf's answer. Theodore asked the wolf if he agreed to his proposal. The wolf looked at him silently, considering what he had heard. Tension hung in the air. Theodore exclaimed happily that this was great when the wolf responded with his consent. The wolf sat in front of him, his decision made. It was an important moment for both of them. Theodore noted the wolf's white fur and said that they should first give him a name, suggesting Shiro, since he was white. The wolf thought the name seemed strange to him. However, despite his doubts, he was willing to accept it. The wolf, after thinking for a moment, agreed, saying that the name was good, and lay down at Theodore's feet. The young man looked at him approvingly. This meant the beginning of their cooperation. The wolf lay quietly, his gaze was peaceful. He said that if this was true, then he agreed. Theodore introduced himself by giving his full name, Theodore Durkheim, and said he was now ready to proceed. He extended his hand toward the wolf, preparing for the next step. The magical symbol began to glow. The young man declared that by sharing his mana with the wolf, he was giving it the name Shiro, and added that he was becoming... At that moment, the wolf girl let out a deafening roar. This sudden event interrupted the ritual. The girl suddenly struck the armored man who was casting a spell. The man, out of breath, asked in surprise what was happening. He dropped to his knees and thought about why she had hit him, and what she was trying to achieve. He continued to wonder about her intentions. The wolf and the girl walked away from the man. The girl covered the wolf with her body and began to growl. The girl pulled one of the wolves away with a loud roar. She looked very dangerous. The man called out to her to stop and asked what was wrong with her. He thought of her white ears and wolf tail. He thought that this was the first time he had seen such a creature. While the girl continued to growl, the man tried to use taming on her, asking her to calm down and assuring her that he would not harm her. But she again rushed at him furiously, and he thought that the taming did not work on her, which meant that she was not just a beast. The man assumed that she was a half-human or a human from another land, and asked if this was the first time she had seen someone like herself. The half-human continued to be angry. The girl made a surprised sound, looking from the white wolf to the man. The girl hugged the wolf and they talked about something worriedly. The man turned to the white wolf, calling him Shiro, and asked if he was trying to convince her. The girl looked at him doubtfully, continuing to growl quietly. The man thought that she needed to be calmed down first and assured her that everything was fine and he would not harm her, but also noted to himself that her anger made this useless. He asked Shiro if this girl was really their relative. Shiro replied that the girl was adopted. A memory flashed through Shiro's mind of how they had found her as a baby, and from then on, she had become part of their pack. The man, a little surprised, thought that if that was the case, it would be difficult for him to find a common language with her. The man addressed the wary girl, beginning his speech with an intriguing note. He noted that her natural caution certainly deserved praise, emphasizing her cautious nature. He sternly warned her that if she dared to appear in these parts again, she should not expect an easy exit. These words sounded like an unambiguous warning about the possible consequences of her next visit. He told her that they had something special in store for her, which could mean anything. The news made her instinctively even more wary of what was coming next. The man reached into his magic bag. With obvious pleasure, he pulled out and showed off a delicious, freshly cooked steak from a local wild boar. The man proudly added that the meat not only looked delicious, but was still warm, making it especially appealing. She was obviously charmed by the offered treat, and her previous wariness seemed to evaporate for a moment. The man, maintaining a good-natured smile, carefully handed the plate with the steak to the girl, encouraging her with his whole appearance to accept the gift. He confidently assured her that the treat had such a delicious taste that she would definitely want to taste it again and again. He carefully placed the plate with the flavorful steak on the ground, right in front of the squatting wolf girl. In a soft, encouraging tone, the man invited her not to be shy and boldly try the meat he had prepared. His gesture was full of friendliness and hospitality, clearly aimed at finally dispelling her remaining fears. The wolf girl showed some hesitation at first, studying the unexpected treat with suspicion and attention. Then her gaze quickly darted to the side, as if looking for a catch, but the telltale rumble in her stomach clearly revealed her intense hunger. Suddenly the wolf rushed towards the plate, taking a piece of steak in his teeth. The man watched with undisguised surprise as the wolf ran past with lightning speed. The white wolf let go of the piece, looking at the girl. Her eyes were shining with happiness at the sight of such a meal. This action made her smile and decide. While the wolf girl was enthusiastically wolfing down her portion, accompanied by impatient exclamations, the man calmly informed her that there was still enough food. He briefly wondered if his companion Shiro was trying to deliberately whet the girl's appetite even more. A desperate growl filled the air, mixed with the man's cry, begging the girl not to touch his hand in the heat of her hungry excitement. In the end, a stack of perfectly empty plates and a relieved sigh from the man eloquently testified to the end of this wild feast. He noted with satisfaction that they had undoubtedly eaten their fill, and his treat had come in very handy. The man, still a little puzzled by her incredible ability to eat, politely asked if she wanted anything else, wondering to himself how much she could fit. The girl, now clearly full and satisfied, gratefully declined the second helping, saying that she had had enough. Hearing her clear answer, the man was surprised at first. Then, with undisguised amazement in his voice, he asked the girl directly if she had really understood his every word all this time. She, in turn, calmly confirmed his guess with a short yes, which finally plunged him into a state of deep amazement. The man openly expressed his surprise, noting that her ability to understand both wolf language and their human speech was truly astounding. He added that it was so unusual that it even seemed a little strange, emphasizing the uniqueness of her gift. The girl sat opposite him, her head slightly bowed and with a questioning expression on her face, as if not fully understanding the reason for his violent reaction. He presented a figure of a goddess holding a book, symbolizing language as a sacred gift sent from above. Language is an integral part of human existence and culture, the basis of their self-awareness. It was also argued that for humans, communication through words is a natural and unchangeable property of their nature, inherent from birth. The man, deeply impressed by this revelation and the girl's abilities, wondered in his mind how many more incredible and amazing things this continent held. Then he sincerely thanked the goddess, admitting with a little irony that this was perhaps the first time he addressed her with real gratitude. The girl explained to the man the reason for her initial aggression, stating directly that she wanted to harm him. She specified that she perceived his actions towards her wolf companion as something bad, which caused her defensive reaction. A sudden realization crossed the man's face as he finally realized the true reason for her attack, accompanied by a surprised exclamation. His memory flashed back to the moment he tried to cast some spell on the white wolf, and he realized that this was what had provoked the girl. The man, turning to the girl, tried to calm her down, assuring her that he had no bad intentions towards her companion. He explained that his only goal was to try to make some kind of agreement or treaty with the wolf, without meaning anything bad. The man, squatting in front of the girl, explained that his special ability, Taming, allowed him to communicate with animals, and he only wanted her wolf companion to join him. Then, with a friendly smile, he turned to the girl herself, inquiring about her decision and offering her to join their company as well. Hearing the man's proposal, the wolf girl's eyes lit up with delight, and she exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm that she really wanted it. The man, seeing her reaction, thought that in this case she would be able to enjoy good food every day, which was certainly a weighty argument. The girl confessed that she was very tired of constantly wandering from place to place and dreamed of a warm, safe place to sleep. She also added with feeling that she was very hungry, and her imagination immediately drew delicious pictures of a hearty meal, while the white wolf barked in agreement. The man, noticing the wolf's reaction, curiously asked what he meant, as if waiting for his opinion. The white wolf barked again, attracting the man's attention, who asked again what was the matter. The girl looked at the man carefully, her gaze expressing expectation and some hope. The white wolf once again confirmed his consent with a short and confident bark, after which the girl, looking at the man, quietly said that she agreed. The man, seeing that his offer was accepted, began to speak with a slight hesitation, while the girl and her 2 faithful wolves were already heading after him. The wolf girl, joyfully embracing her white companion with a beaming smile, declared that the bargain had been made, and the wolf confirmed that they both agreed. The man, looking at them with satisfaction, replied that it was good and cordially welcomed them to his expedition. The main character greeted his new acquaintances with a smile, the girl and her dog companion, calling them new friends. The girl with a serious face asked if she could continue the taming process. The hero admitted in surprise that he had completely forgotten about it. The girl curiously asked what a name was, hearing that it was part of the contract ritual. The hero explained that it required naming the creature, formulating the conditions, and casting a spell. The girl reacted with delight when the hero suggested naming her companion Shiro. She enthusiastically repeated the name and turned to the dog, saying that his name was now Shiro. The girl hugged the dog tenderly, enthusiastically performing the ritual of making a connection. At that moment, a bright flash of light emanated from her. The hero looked at what was happening in surprise, and the girl, turning to him, did not understand what exactly surprised him so much. The hero noted in confusion that for a moment he felt as if his magical energy had left his body, and wondered what that just was. He tried to concentrate and thought, deciding to use his assessment skill to better understand the situation. As a result of using the skill, he realized that a magical connection had formed between the girl and her pet, which amazed him. The girl asked with concern if everything was okay, noticing his reaction, and the hero hastened to assure that everything was fine. The main character said with a smile that everything was fine. He noted that, judging by what he saw, the girl was able to tame Shiro. The young man admitted that he did not know how to explain it, and offered a short explanation. When taming, a person shares mana with an animal, and then a connection is established between them. He added that thanks to this, the girl became even closer to Shiro, and asked if it became clearer to her. He thought that he might have made a grave mistake as he watched the girl rejoice in joy along with Shiro. He was surprised at how she was able to use the taming skill without casting a spell, and admitted that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The young man asked the girl about her name, and then offered to give it to her if she didn't mind. She wondered in surprise whether she really had a name. She hesitantly said that, for example, her name could be Theo. The young man said with a kind smile that the name suited her, and then added that it belonged to a tamer from fairy tales. The girl, beaming with joy, loudly declared that she was Theo. The protagonist noted to himself that this continent never ceased to amaze him again and again. He watched with interest what was happening, realizing how unusual and diverse the world around him was. Every day revealed something new to him, full of unexpected encounters and events. He thought that he would never have believed that such different creatures could exist in the world, united by strong bonds. Looking at the girl and the beast, he felt how a real connection had been established between them. It reminded him of fairy tales, where such miracles are possible. As the day drew to a close, the protagonist decided it was time to give the others some rest. He offered to take them to their overnight stop so they could recuperate. His voice was calm, inspiring confidence and trust. The girl looked at him with slight uncertainty, not knowing whether to follow him. He, noticing her doubt, extended his hand and smiled softly. The hero assured her that everything was fine and asked her to simply trust him. Meanwhile, he still felt a slight tension due to recent events. The protagonist noted to himself that he was still worried about one important detail that he could not ignore. The thought did not leave him, despite his outward confidence. He remembered the bear that had attacked the girl earlier and felt the need to be on guard. If this creature appeared near the camp, the situation could become dangerous. The hero figured that in that case, he would have to intervene and protect everyone. Having collected his thoughts, he clenched his fist and nodded affirmatively to himself. He firmly decided that nothing would disturb his desire for a calm and measured life. Even if difficulties arose, he would be ready to overcome them. Theo, through his sleep, with slight bewilderment and confusion, hears that someone is calling him so persistently, and in the end, he opens his eyes and asks with misunderstanding what happened. Lying on the floor, the boy looked at Begalof with surprise, bewilderment, and slight anxiety, who at that time was calling his master and showing his tongue. Begalof, with excitement and some fear in his eyes, says that there is someone else in the room and he does not know them. Theo rises up a little confused, trying to keep his balance, holding his head, and asks him again who could be there. Suddenly the boy came to his senses, seeing the girl, and asks Begalof if he is talking about the child and the wolf who strangely appeared in their lives. The dragon looks at the girl and his master with genuine surprise. Theo confidently says that they are now their comrades, and the boy pats the wolf on the back, saying that it is already morning and time to get up. To which Begalof worries and tells him to be more careful. Theo, giving himself confidence, says that everything is in perfect order, and tells that yesterday he himself invited them here, and his friend, the girl, wakes up from the conversation and opens her bright eyes. Begalof looks at the girl carefully, and their eyes meet, freezing and looking at each other. Suddenly, the wolf and Theo, sensing a sudden danger, begin to snap at Begalof, to which the guy only turns away, holding his forehead, because it becomes clear to him that the girls need more time to adapt to the new circumstances. Theo, finding a solution, sat them in a circle and told them that they were now all comrades to each other. Begalof, rejoicing, asked again what he had heard. The guy, in turn, smiled and confirmed that they were now their comrades. He introduced the girl and the wolf, saying that their names were Fionn and Shiro, to which the boys looked at their new interlocutors with excitement and curiosity. Theo, with sincerity in his voice, introduces the girl and the wolf to Begalof, saying that he may be big, but he is actually very kind and reliable, and the guy hopes that they will find a common language and get along. Theo noticed that Begalof had turned his head to the side, and the man admitted that he had called them here at night, and, with slight surprise, asked if he was really offended that he had left him. Theo, realizing what was happening and enjoying her new acquaintances, widens her big eyes in surprise and hesitantly asks Begalof's name again. She slowly and carefully approaches him, sniffing like a wolf. She approaches Begalof and, closing her eyes, gently touches him with her nose, to which Theo notes that the wolf also greets Begalof. The guy says that he is glad to meet them, while the girl continues to study this creature, which is large for her. The man approaches the window, looking out with interest, and the guy reflects that they are still afraid of him, but he hopes that they will be able to get along soon. Suddenly, the boy hears strange sounds coming from Begalof. Theo turns around sharply and asks what happened. He sees Shiro sniffing Begalof from all sides with concentrated curiosity. The guy, remembering something important, begins to tell that the wolf always does this when meeting new people, to which Begalof, closing his eyes, patiently moans in response, demonstrating his calmness and understanding. The guys went outside and were met by Victor, who said that breakfast of food from this continent was ready and sent them to eat quickly. The guys, with smiles on their faces, sit down at tables together with other people from the expedition, and the guy notes that it looks pretty good, and everyone thanks for the food, wishing everyone a bon appetit. Theo notes that all the food on the table has been carefully assessed for poisons. The girl admits that the food of this continent is actually very tasty, to which the guy notes that it would be even better if they had normal kitchen utensils. Suddenly, during breakfast, Victor asks Theo, who is this girl next to him? The guy with a kind smile replies that this night she became their new comrade in an eccentric expedition, as at this time the girl and the wolf happily eat right from the guy's lap. Victor asks the man curiously what he thinks he already knows about this, to which Theo denies, and, laughing, claims that he must have had a wild night. Victor, thinking, shows curiosity and asks his permission to find out a few details. He wonders and asks if Theo is a human, to which the guy, without hesitation, firmly confirms. The guy says with a smile and slight bewilderment that the girl has ears and a tail, but she is still a human being, because she has the blessing of the goddess of language, because she can speak, and this is certainly delightful. Theo, enthusiastically continuing his thought, says that the girl is also a tamer, which adds an interesting touch to her personality. The guy, proudly telling about her pet, says that it is a wolf named Shiro, who, it would seem, is a true friend of the girl. The man, with a clever glint in his eye, explains that she can use taming without casting a spell, which is truly impressive, and he says that he values her skill above his own. The guy, after thinking for a bit, says that even though he invited them here, he is not sure if everything will go well, and this makes his voice a little more serious. To which Victor, in a confident tone, tells him not to worry, and all the people from the expedition confirm his words. The man adds that he fought alongside the heroes, and that certainly says something, and he has better instincts than they do, so he says that they really trust him, to which Theo, slightly embarrassed, holds the back of his head and thanks them for their support. The guy says that he would like to introduce them properly. He turns to Theo and Shiro, as if he wants everyone to know more about them. But suddenly his gaze stops on Kelly, who is holding a pen with a worried and attentive expression on her face and carefully writing something down in her notebook, clearly studying the guys, and the girl looks at her nervously, feeling a little uncomfortable. The girl finally introduces herself, frankly saying that her name is Kelly, and adds that if she needs any help, they should definitely call her, to which Theo and Shiro begin to shake from the girl's terrifying gaze, which seems unbearable to them. The girl's friend, involuntarily feeling the seriousness of the situation, begins to cry, saying that she is scaring her, and at this time the wolf begins to protect her, demonstrating his devotion. To which Kelly, perplexed, does not understand what happened. Theo, seeing this complicated situation, approaches the girl and, trying to be as calm as possible, tells her to calm down, to which Kelly replies with slight displeasure that she is just trying to make friends with them, and the girl confirms that she is scaring them. Suddenly, Kelly, as if realizing something important, turns and addresses Theo, saying that even though he tells her to calm down, he needs to look at Shiro. She, with interest, claims that she has never seen wolves like that before. The guy is surprised by what he heard and, with a slight hint of bewilderment, asks the girl if this isn't an ordinary mag wolf. Kelly confirms with certainty, but quickly adds that this is not entirely true. She approaches the wolf, tenderly beginning to stroke him behind the ears, examining his fur like an explorer. The girl is surprised to see that Shiro's fur is completely white, and therefore assumes that he is most likely a white mag wolf. Kelly cautiously says that he is larger than other individuals, so he confidently states that Shiro is simply a variety of mag wolf from this continent, and this already sounds really intriguing. The guy, shocked, is surprised, asking in a questioning tone, asking if their pack was really completely destroyed by a demonic bear, to which the guy replies that they told him so, and it's simply shocking. Kelly asks again if their pack was completely destroyed by the demonic bear, to which the guy replies that they told him so. The girl, thinking, gloomily notes that if one bear was able to destroy the entire pack, then this means that his power is very great, and she understands that these are questions concerning their safety. Suddenly, Victor appears, saying that they told him about it just in time. The girl, frightened, asks how long he has been there, as if suddenly feeling uncomfortable. The man confidently says that they will discuss this later, because right now the most important thing for them is to build the camp, which sounds quite reasonable. Victor, looking at Theo working and other workers arranging their daily routine, says that bad weather is not scary for them, because it is also good to sleep, and this adds confidence in their actions. He goes on to say that they need more food and water, but most importantly, they need protection, and so they have set these 3 important points for themselves to think about as seriously as possible. The men, having gathered together, discuss that they should first start with the fields, and then, as a correct strategy, they should build a well. Suddenly, Victor, closing his eyes with a serious expression on his face, says that they need the 3rd point even more than the others, and that is protection, which sounds very sensible, but with a slight hint of alarm. The man is thinking that if a bear attacks them, they will be in trouble, when suddenly Theo, with a subdued mood, raises his hand, about to say something. He stops Victor and, with a slightly awkward apology, states that there is one more point that is more important than his 3 points, and this attracts the attention of everyone around. The man, surprised by the guy's words and indignantly says that what could be more important than protecting the camp, he insistently asks the guy to tell him what he means. The guy shouts out with confidence and determination that it is a bath, and this causes shock in everyone who listens. Kelly and Victor look at the guy with surprise and slight misunderstanding, not believing their ears. The man, still perplexed, asks again that this is really a bathtub, to which Theo, with ease, confidently agrees, looking at Theo and Shiro, who do not know how to react. He enthusiastically says that the boys are both very dirty, and Shiro looks like he is not a white wolf mage, but he is sure that he has very beautiful fur, and it sounds so cute. He pets the wolf, and the boys sitting at breakfast are touched by him, finding it funny and touching. Theo insists that they need to get rid of any parasites living on them as soon as possible, before they themselves become pot-bellied. He claims that swimming in the river is not an option because it is very cold, which makes this situation even more important. The guy, with a slight sigh, says that in short, he won't do anything until these 2 are clean, and that sounds like a fair decision. To which Victor, with understanding, replies that he understands, because he noticed that Theo is actually very caring. Theo asks what then, can he make the bath first, or will he sit and do nothing? He says that to collect materials he would like to go exploring the surrounding area. Victor is surprised and asks how many people he wants to take with him. To which Theo replies that it will be enough for him to take this little one, because she knows the area better than them. Theo is surprised by what she heard. Theo turns to Victor, telling him that there is no need to worry about his safety. He turns his head, looking at Begalof. The guy says that Begalof is a dragon, and he will protect him, and no demonic bear will come near the dragon. Begalof smiles at the words of the owner. Theo says that Victor and his brilliant leadership will cope with the rest of the tasks perfectly well without him. The man looks at him disapprovingly. Theo stands silently and, clearly worried about something, lowers her gaze. Victor allows the boy to go to the area and leaves the bathroom issue to him, as long as he returns alive. Theo tells Victor to tell him if he needs any materials. A guy is sitting on the ground, collecting things in a bag. He says that he has collected almost everything, and all that remains is to put them in a magic bag, when suddenly a girl approaches him, worried about something. Theo asks her what happened, to which she presses her palms to herself, and with fear on her face says that it is very dangerous, because there is a bear in the forest. She is worried that Theo might die. The boy looks at the girl with shaking hands, wondering what happened. Suddenly, he remembered that Theo's pack had died at the hands of a magical bear. Begalof approaches Theo and remembers that he said that they were now their comrades. He walks around the guy and approaches the girl. Begalof happily claims that everything will be fine because he will protect them. Begalof smiles widely and asks her to trust him. Theo looks at what is happening with surprise and joy. Theo believes him and looks back with a timid smile. She hugs Begalof, trusting him completely, to which he smiles warmly back at her. Theo closes the bag and says that this is all for now. He suggests that the boys go on their way, to which the girl asks Theo to stop. Shiro asks what a bath is. The girl picks up and asks about it too. But then the boy realizes that they don't know because they grew up in the forest. The guy tries to explain clumsily that it is a container for washing the body, but the guys still don't understand what he is talking about. Theo says that it is warm and nice in this container, you can relax and rest. Theo and Shiro listen to the guy attentively. The boys imagined a wonderful place to relax, and their eyes lit up. They asked if it was really possible to relax, rest, and sleep there. The girl is eager and asks him to start the journey already, to which the wolf already begins to pull Theo by the belt, to which the guy tells them to wait. He says that first it needs to be made, and they will help him with that. The man says that they need a lot of big stone. The guys looked at him in surprise. Theo says that it's time for them to go, but first they need to find the necessary materials. Suddenly, Kelly says that she will go with them too. Begalof, after thinking for a moment, remembers that the expedition to the New World made some pretty good enemies in just one day, but it still lacks a lot of things, so their next goal will be to build a bath. A dream that now seems quite real. He reflects that a bath requires a lot of water, so they started digging a well, which requires a lot of effort and resources. Begalof thinks to himself what exactly is needed for the well, and comes to the conclusion that it will require a very large amount of stone. He tells his companions that this is why they went looking for stones, because they can't do without them. Full of energy, he jumps into the water, and Theo calls him back with displeasure, while Kelly quickly and diligently writes something with a pen in her notebook, not looking up from her thoughts. The guy, looking at Begalof, says that they didn't come here just to have fun, but Begalof seems to know no bounds to fun and happily splashes in the water, completely oblivious to it. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro are terrified. They look ahead with anxiety, and their eyes are full of worry. Theo, noticing this, is perplexed, not understanding what happened and what could have scared them. The girl turns to the boy with concern, and, pointing her finger at Begalof, asks excitedly if everything will be okay with him. Theo's reaction makes Theo ask if they are afraid of water, to which the girl, hugging the wolf tightly, says that they are just a little afraid, and this fear seems quite natural. Theo starts to tell that when it rained, they got very wet, and at that moment they were cold, lonely, and also very hungry. Moreover, they were really scared, and there is some truth in this. Shiro, adding to the story, says that it was when they were attacked, and there is a sense of regret in his voice. To which Theo, with understanding and sympathy, looks at them and tries to calm the boys, assuring them that Begalof originally lived in water, so everything will be fine with him. The girl anxiously asks again if this is true. Theo, with a kind smile, motions for her to come closer. He waves his arms, throwing a large towel over her like a comforting friend who wants her to feel safe. The guy, looking at the girl, says that he made a towel for her so that she could get less wet and dry herself if necessary. He says that thanks to this, they no longer have to be afraid of water, which sounds encouraging. Theo, believing in him, agrees, happily says that she understands everything and feels more confident. Theo, looking at the girl who is on the shore, thinks about whether it is possible to somehow quickly get rid of their own fears that sometimes prevent them from enjoying the moment. Suddenly, Kelly calls the guy, and he replies that since she is happy, it means she has already found something, and this intrigues him. The girl replies that she was simply interested in the way Begalof swims, and there is admiration in her voice. Kelly, carefully examining the surrounding area, notices and says that it seems to her that there are no suitable stones for them here, to which the guy, full of agreement, nods in bewilderment. Theo thought that he might find large rocks on the river bottom, but unfortunately he only finds one small piece of rubble, which leaves him a little disappointed. He muses that if they follow the river, they might find something bigger that will give them the resources they need. Theo calls out to Begalof that it's time to go, to which Begalof, not wanting to give up the current joys, replies that he thinks they can stay here longer. The boys, full of energy and enthusiasm, go forward along the forest path, while Theo is happily rejoicing and riding on Begalof, who happily carries her on his back. Theo, looking at this picture, notices that they are all in a very good mood, and this cannot but please. Kelly also notices this, smilingly says that the kids get along well, and watches their interaction. She asks if this is because of the wolf's nature, to which the guy, with a serious look, replies that wolves are a pack animal, and they have a leader, so within their pack they all get along very well. Kelly, her eyes bright, asks if that's why he gives orders, and wonders if he wants to be the leader. The guy, remembering what she said, is stunned and thoughtfully asks what she's hinting at. It flashes through his mind that Theo's pack was wiped out by a bear about half a month ago, and all this time they had to survive together, which creates a certain heaviness in his soul. He reflects on the fact that, knowing this, he involuntarily wants to make the girl happy and give her the confidence that she dreams of. However, at the same time, he understands that he cannot become a leader because he is only a laborer. His task is to support people and take care of them. The names of 3 heroes come to mind, and he realizes that he is not even on par with them. Theo clenches his fist, determined, and confidently states that he can do it, because he will try his best not to let his friends down. Suddenly, at that moment, he hears someone calling his name from behind him. It interrupts his thoughts and brings him back to reality. Begalof, with a slightly guilty but confident expression on his face, tells the guy that he can do his bodily business here, which makes Theo dumbfounded by what he heard, not expecting such a revelation. Theo, with a kind smile, says that while no one is around, he should do it, and they will all watch carefully. To which the guy asked in bewilderment why they wanted him to do it here, and there was a slight panic in his voice. Kelly, writing something down in her notebook, looks up and asks if he still hasn't figured it out. She explains that they all love him and consider him a leader, and they are new to everyone here, thus creating their own special group. At this, the guy starts cursing and confidently says that he will not mark his territory, so to speak. Suddenly, Theo screams loudly. He falls to the ground and complains that he is tired, pointing out that it has become unbearably long and difficult for everyone to walk. Kelly, with slight displeasure, replies that there was no need to scream like that, and the guy, disagreeing, replies whose fault it was, in her opinion. Theo looks up at the waterfall and says with relief that it looks like they found the right rocks they need after all. Theo enthusiastically asks the boy if they need big rocks, and he turns to her and replies that he would be glad if they helped. The girl points to a stone that is the same height as her and asks if it will fit, to which the man agrees, but adds that, unfortunately, they will not be able to carry it to the place. He goes on to say that although they have a magical bag in which they store all their various things, they can't fit a large object in there, and the guy confidently claims that they can only fit into the bag what will fit in their mouths, which sounds pretty comical. The boys, looking at each other in surprise and not understanding, look at him, and he shows the size with his palm, clarifying that this is the size of the stones they need. The girl replies that they understand, but the guy says that it is not as easy as he thought. At this time, Kelly, with renewed strength, brings a stone and tells him to try it. Maybe it will fit. Theo, with a slight laugh, replies that he can't make the kids work, so now they think they're just playing. To which Kelly points out that he's overly caring and considerate. The guy, a little embarrassed, says that it is difficult for him to explain, when suddenly they hear something behind them, and everyone turns towards the sound. They hear Begalof humorously asking if such a stone would suit them. To which the guy, not understanding, asks in bewilderment what it is. Begalof tells him to look at it with a smile, and at that moment the boy notices a huge boulder right in front of him. He apologizes to Begalof, believing that they won't be able to take him because he's so huge. But before he can finish speaking, his attention is drawn to something ahead. He sees Begalof holding a huge boulder on his head with his horns, and Theo is amazed by what he sees, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Meanwhile, the guys standing in the camp are discussing something. Victor, with a serious face, says that he is worried about the surrounding area and wonders why they have not given anyone the task to explore it. He claims that they really need to deal with this issue, but before they could finish speaking, everyone turned away from something strange. Looking ahead, they realize that something is approaching them, and a huge shadow falls over them as they look ahead, silent with curiosity and fear. Suddenly, they notice a huge rock behind the trees moving straight towards them. The boys are frightened by what they see, asking in fear if there really are such stones on this continent. Theo looks out from behind the rock and says that he did not want to scare anyone, but his appearance causes shock in everyone gathered. The men are surprised to see the guy. Victor admits that he is very surprised and asks how they even dragged such a huge thing here, examining the rock with bewilderment. Theo, pointing proudly at Begalof, says that he was the one who did it, and is rewarded with admiring glances. Kelly says that Begalof is so strong that he was able to lift him and bring him here, while musing that his horns probably contain a huge amount of mana because she has no other explanation. Kelly admits that Begalof dragged him here the whole way, and begins to claim that his strength surpasses that of ordinary earth dragons. The girl adds that she would not like to see him as our enemy, to which the guy agrees, because it is better to have him as an ally. At this time, the girls from the camp praise Begalof, admiring his strength and kindness, when suddenly Theo, full of joy and energy, runs up to Theo. The girl, with curiosity in her eyes, asks what they will be able to build now, because she wants to know what it is as soon as possible. The guy, with a smile, agrees, and says that it is all thanks to them, their efforts and work. Theo gently strokes her head. Victor, turning to the guy, says that now he will have to work hard, because they need a huge amount of water, and his words suddenly surprise the guy. Suddenly, Theo, hearing Victor's words, became frightened by the large amount of water. The girl got scared and quickly got ready, rushed away, clinging to her faithful wolf. The guy, without wasting time, grabbed them, calmly telling them to calm down. The girl, hugging the wolf, says that water is very scary, and this sincere confession sounds a little touching. Theo, trying to calm them down, says that they got it all wrong, and he has a plan. The man turns to the girl, taking a step closer, and says that gradually she will learn many different things from them. For example, that she has learned to use a fork and knife, which causes her a little delight. He explains that the more she knows, the less she will be afraid of the new and unknown. The girl, with genuine surprise, asks if this is true. Theo, with a kind smile, turns away and, moving forward, leaves, telling her to just look at him and not be afraid. The boy thinks that to build a well they need a huge hole, a lot of stones, and they will have to dig until they find water, which is so important for their lives. Theo places his palm on the ground and uses magic, causing the ground to begin to crumble and dig down, causing some element of surprise in everyone around. The boy confidently says that he will use magic and compress the earth, and then chop the stones into small pieces. The girl, with genuine surprise, looks at the man's actions, her eyes full of admiration and faith. Theo, lost in thought, reflects that he will be laying down stones as the land disappears, and may have to use the last of the metal from their components. The girl is still in a state of surprise and admiration. She closely watches her friend's actions. At this time, Victor, Theo, and Theo are looking at the well, and the girl happily asks if this is really a well. She, full of enthusiasm, joyfully runs to the well and almost falls inside, wondering what's there. But Theo, reacting in time, manages to grab her, not letting her fall. He scolds her and says that she should never do that again, which sounds slightly stern. The guy turns to Victor, trying to assess the situation, and says that it is probably better to always close the well hatch from now on, to which Victor agrees with him, because you never know what else she might do. Kelly, watching all this, asks if there is anything he can't do. The guy replies that he may look like that, but he works like others like him, and it doesn't bother him. The man tells the girl to press the lever. He wants her to try it first. Theo, with full determination, presses the well screen hard. Victor, with a slight dose of disbelief, asks if it is really that easy. The guy replies that he made it specifically so that the child could use it, thus creating space for her participation. He states that the well is almost running, which makes everyone excited. Suddenly, cool water starts pouring out of the tap, and Theo, with a wide smile, looks at the water, no longer afraid. She looks at the water in amazement, along with Shiro, who has joined her. The girl confidently claims that the water does not scare her at all, to which the guy, with a slight laugh, replies that she has nothing to fear from such water. The man, inspired by her confidence, says that now he will make her a bath so that she can wash herself and feel really clean. To this, the girl happily wags her tail and cheerfully says that she really wants to try a bath. The guy, seeing how happy she is, strokes her head with a warm smile, which only adds to her confidence. However, suddenly, he unexpectedly falls to the ground and, smiling weakly, says that first he would like to have a snack, because he has not eaten since morning. The girl and Begalof, noticing his condition, worry about him, and everyone's eyes become alarmed. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro are frightened by what they see. A terrifying Kelly stands in front of them, stretches out her hand to them, and claims that they are not worried, because it will not hurt. A little earlier, the boys are feasting again. Theo eats and notes that all the ingredients on this continent are very tasty and more aromatic. The man agrees and says that he was pleasantly surprised too. The guy says that after being exhausted from using the skills for an hour, when he woke up, he saw Begalof. He looked at Theo with concern and tears in his eyes and asked if he was okay, and at that time, there was a huge amount of fish around the guy. The guy admits that he still feels unwell, to which Kelly, reading a book, tells him to stop pretending. The girl says that she was also worried about him, but he is strong and capable, so he cannot be allowed to shirk work, to which the guy laughs and says that he was exposed. The man asks if she should stop and let the boys eat, since the girl hasn't eaten anything yet either. She looks at poor Theo, who wants to eat, and says it's too early. Kelly says that feeding is the most important hour of understanding the nature of other species. She can't let them eat until she's done all the proper markings. Theo tells her to stop and let them eat. She's already scaring them. The guy says that they can eat, but they should do it slowly. They have enough food to last a long time, but suddenly he notices something. He asks Theo why she eats with her hands. The girl looks at him in surprise. She admits that she still finds it difficult to use the devices, but she tries her best. The guy is touched, thinking what a wonderful child she is, always studying so hard. The man says that he will reward her for her hard work. He promises that today he will build what he promised. The girl was happy to hear this. The guy imagines a fancy bathroom and claims that he will build the bathroom today. But suddenly he looks down, sighing. Kelly asks what happened. She wonders if there are any difficulties with the construction. The guy denies it, but says that she guessed right after all. Theo thinks about it and says that the baths are no different from any other building, but he argues that the problem will be getting water in there. The man ponders and says that he wants to make it so that hot water is supplied immediately. He thinks that if he builds a water tank and a heating system, it will take up a lot of space. Kelly asks what if he replaces everything with a magical device. The guy is surprised and asks again what she is talking about. Theo realizes that Victor keeps all these devices, so he needs to ask him. He asks Victor, but before he can finish speaking, Victor doesn't notice him. The guy says that Victor has already left to look for a place for a farm, and Theo, with slight bewilderment, holds his head and says that he still has a lot of work to do. Suddenly, the guy comes up with an interesting and rather bold idea and suggests that they go, or at least look for it together. He enthusiastically says that he was already in the hero's party, so they should be able to find him quickly, to which Theo smiles nervously and thanks him for the praise, while feeling a little nervous. The man, with some caution, claims that they have no idea where he is, when suddenly, having settled himself on his thoughts, he notices a joyful Theo. They, along with Shiro, her loyal wolf, approach Theo and look at him with shining, hopeful eyes, clearly planning something. The girl sits on her wolf, and he, with a slight snort, says that they left it up to them to find Victor, which surprises the guy, and he notes that they are so cute together, like a real team. The man smiles and notes that Theo riding Shiro is a parody of him riding Big Goliath. The girl, with a serious expression, asks the guy if she can borrow a rope. The guy, without thinking, agrees, but is immediately puzzled with new questions. Why do they need it? But before he could finish speaking, the girl and the wolf had already rushed off in the same direction, along with the guy. Theo is surprised and thinks to himself that it looks like he will have to explain to Theo that people are not as strong as she is, and he hopes that everything will be okay with him. The man finishes preparing the materials and states, with relief, that finally all the preparations are complete. He understands that the most difficult part remains. He thinks that your bathhouse is very similar to a well, and he only needs to fully imagine its appearance. Theo tried to ask each resident about their preferences, but nothing normal came out of it, because everyone had many different requests that were impossible to combine and recreate in reality. The guy realizes that they don't have much space and materials, because there is a limit to what they can and can't do. He wonders what they all have in common. Eventually he realized it would be a big open bath for everyone. He imagines the guys who praised him reacting enthusiastically to his idea, and Theo confidently asserts that he has imagined the bath. All that remains is to imagine the rest. The guy tries to do everything necessary, a place for washing and a water drainage system, and after some time, wiping sweat from his face, he says with joy that, finally, he is almost finished. The man turns around and realizes that Theo and the others should be back soon, when suddenly he sees the girl's hand calling him. The guy with the severe tachycardia claims that they found Victor. The girl easily and with a wide smile confirms that they really did find him, and the man notes what a big difference in strength there is between them. The guy claims that Victor had a magical device, and Theo, straightening his shoulders, rejoices and asks if it is true. The guy, disheveled with emotion, says that Victor was shocked that he forgot to tell him about it, to which Theo says that it's time to finish the bath. The guy explains that they found the device, but does not understand how to use it. He says it looks very expensive, but he doesn't understand what's so special about it. Theo, outlining the details, explains that this object, for example, can turn into a whole mansion, and the guy's eyes sparkle at these words. The man says that in their case they need heating, so it is full inside and heat is already being created in it. He says that a device of this type can always surprise with something, like a real magical artifact. Theo says that all they have to do is connect a cold water pipe to it, and we will get boiling water at the outlet. The guy is surprised and asks if he really had a whole mansion in his hands, to which Theo says with a smile that it would be better if he gave it to him. The guy, holding the magic mechanism in his hands, smiles broadly and says that now it's time to get to work. He activates the magical mechanism, and it flies above his hand, starting to work and emitting a warm light as if coming to life in his hands. The guy says that the pipe was split into two parts and connected to a logic device. He explains that everything is done so that they get both hot and cold water at the output, because now all that remains is to hide the structure itself with building materials so that everything looks neat and presentable. After some time, Theo confidently introduces it to everyone and claims that the bathhouse is ready for use. He compliments the man, saying that he is a jack of all trades, and watches him smile modestly, to which Theo apologizes and says that without the materials he could not do anything. The guy replies that means that with the material he can do absolutely everything, even more than they could imagine. Suddenly, Theo unexpectedly runs up to the guy, scaring him from surprise. She excitedly says that she wants to try the new bathhouse as soon as possible, to which the guy reassuringly replies that she shouldn't worry because she will definitely be there very soon. Suddenly, a guy ahead notices Kelly and, calling her name, attracts her attention. The girl turns around and asks with interest what happened. The guy says with a smile that Theo needs to take a bath and watches as her face lights up with joy. The girl, smiling, answers that she understood everything, and Theo adds that he is counting on her. However, the girl, hearing this, suddenly became frightened, as if she had a premonition of something unexpected. The guy says goodbye and leaves them together, saying that he will wait for them to come out. Kelly agrees with his decision. Theo, confused, asks where he is going and turns around, looking at the girl with a worried face. Kelly makes a scary face with a terrifying look and says that there is no need to worry about her because it will not hurt. To which the girl and the wolf are even more scared, and they exchange worried glances. Theo, worried about them, understands that Theo has a bit of courage and since Kelly will also be involved in her entertainment, it is better to leave Theo to her, because she will also pick out clothes for her. At this point, Begalof asks the boy if he has finished his business, to which he agrees and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Theo says that while they wait for Theo and Kelly, he suggests that they try hard, because they are back together and they have the opportunity to work as a team. Kelly, meanwhile, puts a towel on the girl before the bath, and Theo, curiously, asks why they need a towel, to which the girl answers mysteriously that she will find out soon, and her voice sounds very encouraging. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro rushed into the bathhouse with joyful cries. Kelly is worried and anxious. She warns the girl that the bath is hot and she should watch her step so as not to slip. The girl opens the door and, blinking in surprise, looks around. She sees a spacious room with a large hot bath and her eyes fill with delight. Kelly can't help but be surprised and admits that the guy did a great job, and now they have a truly magical place. The girl, looking at the bathtub, beams with happiness. Kelly looks around and notices that the floor is slightly sloped to allow water to run off, and cautiously remarks that the floor is slippery, but at the same time admits that the job is excellent. The girl notices that the bathtub is made of wood, but at the same time it does not cool down for a long time, which makes her curious. Kelly wonders what the secret of such an amazing design is. The girl noticed that the bathtub was also very big. Suddenly, she notices that the girl is already running happily into the bathroom. The girl jumps into the bathtub and all the splashes fly straight at Kelly. The girl, soaking wet, notices that you can even swim in this bathtub. Looking at the girl swimming like a dog, he understands that he will have to teach her some manners. Shaking off the water, Kelly asks her why she thought she was afraid of water and wouldn't go in it. The girl notes that Theo feels great, to which the girl replies that they like hot water because they have already bathed like that. Kelly wonders if they've been to the baths before. The girl says they've been to where there's hot water in the ground. She points to the window and the girl looks at her in surprise. Kelly realized that this meant there was a hot spring somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the girl became sad and said that they can't go there now. The girl listens to her in surprise. Theo says that once they all gathered there together, they swam, licked each other, and had fun. The girl starts crying from sadness and says that now they can't go there. Kelly looks at her with regret. Suddenly, Shiro jumps out of the water right on Theo, starting to lick her face to cheer her up. Kelly looked at them and was surprised to see Shiro. The girl sees how the girl became cheerful again and began to laugh, holding her faithful wolf next to her. Kelly, watching them, noticed that they were very funny. She decided to herself that she should watch them some more. Theo holds the bed linen and is happy that it is finally dry. The guy is surprised that he can now dry his clothes in just 10 minutes. To which he replies that he complained that by the evening the bed linen would not dry. He says that just a combination of fire and wind, a strong and hot wind, will dry out anything. Theo throws a bed sheet over Begalof and thanks the man for his help. Suddenly the guy hears some conversations and compliments near the bathhouse. He looks inside, along with other people who wonder if it is really Theo. Suddenly the guy notices a girl in a beautiful outfit. She turns around and notices her friend. Theo turns to him, showing him the outfit, and asks how he likes it. The guy admires her and says that this outfit suits her very well. Kelly says the outfit is made from the monsters that live here. She claims she said she had clothes. The man turns around, looking at the girl, and says he's surprised she has clothes like that. Kelly, proud of herself, asks who he even takes her for. The boy understands that clean shoes and clothes are exactly what the child needs now. He looks at the girl with admiration and says that this is much better. He turns to Theo and, leaning slightly, says that she looks beautiful, to which the girl happily wags her tail and barks in response, thanking him. The boy turns to Kelly and thanks her for her help. The girl, happy with her new clothes, thanks her too. Suddenly the guy stops abruptly, noticing something unusual in front of him. He sees a snow-white and fluffy Shiro sitting on the floor. The wolf, noticing someone's gaze on him, looks at the guy with an intent gaze and barks in response. The man turns to him, surprised that his fur is more silver than white. Kelly pauses and says she was surprised too when he took a bath. She admits she thought he was a subspecies of the local magical wolf. She looks at Shiro and says that she doesn't think so now, because she is sure that he is a higher species. Theo looks at what is happening and thinks that in any case, he will always be happy for them. By evening, it was time for the men of the camp to take a bath. Theo, relaxing and breathing in, claims that there is nothing better than a relaxing bath at the end of a working day. The guy understands that now everyone can rest easy. He understands that it was difficult to build it, but he is glad that he finally succeeded. Theo notes that the only thing that worries him is Begalof, but he realizes that he is so big that there is no way they can take a bath together. The guy remembers that, according to Kelly, there is a hot spring in the mountains. The guy decides for himself that he will need to find it in order to take Begalof there. The guy understands that so many people helped him today, and he is infinitely grateful to them. Theo remembers that when he was a laborer, his work was any activity related to travel, except for fighting. The guy admits that helping each other is still nice. The man raises his head, looking forward. Theo finally understood what friends are. The guy admits that he likes this feeling. The man walks along the path, admitting that the bath was very nice because he doesn't even know how long he spent there, when suddenly Victor calls out to him. The guy was surprised to see Victor in front of him, and at that time, the man apologized to him. Victor admits that he forgot that they had such a subject, to which Theo worries and says that everything is fine, because besides, he understands that he also has too much work. The man admits that, in any case, this is not an excuse, but before he can finish speaking, Victor grabs his head and feels a strong, sharp pain in his head. The guy gets worried and asks what happened, to which the man admits that he just has a headache. Theo ponders and wonders if Victor was just overworked today. The boy asks the man what he did today. Victor, thinking, says that first he went to those responsible for agriculture. Then he talked to scientists, because it was necessary to calculate the amount of materials and what else they could build from what was needed. Then he distributed the work for the next day. Theo, hearing all this, was surprised and said that he was working too much, to which Victor admits that he thinks that in reality this is very little work, to which the guy stops him and tells him not to take anything else. He admits that Victor really does work too much. The guy admits that the problem is that if Victor is gone, they won't be able to do anything without him. Theo says that this is why he asks him to reduce his responsibilities and workload, to which Victor is surprised by the guy's words. The guy understands that they are all in different groups for the improvement of the camp, and if one of them falls ill, the productivity of the group will be greatly reduced. Theo understands that especially if this person is Victor, to which the man laughs in response, because for him it seems funny. Victor admits that it is quite funny for him to hear such words from Theo, but he thanks him and claims that from now on he will be careful. Suddenly Victor, holding his chest, squeezed it even harder, feeling pain inside. The next morning, the boy slowly wakes up, yawning and stretching, and looks around the room, noticing his friends sleeping peacefully. He sees how the boys have settled in comfortably, sleeping on top of each other under the soft morning rays of the sun, and, looking at this, he says to himself that today is such a calm and peaceful morning. He strokes Shiro gently, remembering how yesterday, after dinner, they started playing, and after that everyone was so tired, and fell asleep, tired and happy. The guy understands that the boys are so exhausted that they are still sleeping. But, with a smile, he reflects that they are still children, thirsty for adventure and fun. He tells himself that in any case he is really glad that they have become friends, and are now together as a real team, when suddenly he notices that the boys are starting to wake up, and with a kind smile he tells them to wake up quickly, and wishes them a good morning. Theo and Begalof, still sleepy, look at each other and giggle together, as if they had some secret. Theo, seeing this cute sight, can't contain his emotions, covers his face with his hand, allowing himself to have a little fun, and realizes that they look very cute together. But, quickly collecting his thoughts, he decides that he needs to pay attention to more serious matters, and tells them to get up quickly, because it is already time for breakfast. He encourages his friends, telling them to get up quickly before anyone else comes to wake them. The boy notices that 3 days have passed since they landed on the shore, and realizes that another day has come and they need to work hard so that they can move on in their adventures. Suddenly, at that moment, the door in the room swings open with a loud stomping and noise, and, out of breath, Kelly runs in, calling Theo by name. The boys, surprised, turn around and watch with interest the unexpected guest, who seems to be worried about something. The guy, seeing Kelly tired from running, asks with concern why she is in such a hurry. Theo doesn't understand anything yet, apologizes, and says that they overslept breakfast, with a slight bewilderment on his face. To which the girl, adjusting her hair, says that now is not the time for that. Kelly, with concern in her voice, admits that they have a sick person and catches her breath, trying to collect herself. The girl suggests that it might be poison. The guy is scared by what he heard, not expecting such news. There are sick people lying in bed in the infirmary, and the doctors are trying to do everything possible to cure them. One of the doctors uses magic to cure poison. The girl warns the doctors that she will quickly run for Theo so that he can help. She brings the guy to the infirmary and asks them how the treatment is going. To which the woman, with a sad expression on her face, replies that everything is very bad, because the magic of curing poison unfortunately does not work. The man, hearing this, anxiously wonders what it means that the magic to cure the poison does not work. He asks what condition they are in now. The doctor, intently examining the patients, says that they have a high temperature and severe vomiting, claiming that this is a common symptom of food poisoning. The guys are surprised by what they hear. Kelly, now with some knowledge, reports that 7 more people have fallen ill, all living in the same house. She adds that they have tested the rest of the people as well, and they suspect that they ate something that could have caused the reaction. The guy, watching Kelly, understands that she is an excellent researcher and her value is not very strong in other areas, but now she is very much needed. Theo asks Kelly with interest if they have a healer, to which the girl confidently says that she knows it. She starts laying out the food on the tablecloth, saying that all of this needs to be checked, because this is what they ate yesterday, those 7 people. Kelly asks the guy what they could have gotten poisoned with, seeing that he is preoccupied with caring for his friends. The guy uses his eye to analyze and says he will check everything now. He carefully brings his palm to the products, evaluating and analyzing them. The doctors and Kelly, full of curiosity and hope, watch patiently and wait for the results, whispering nervously among themselves. Suddenly, Theo notices something among the products being analyzed. The guy, leaning forward with interest, picks up a small berry and asks what it is. The girl, perplexed, replies that it is a regular strawberry, and Kelly adds that she has eaten a lot of them herself, and even says that she was once treated with such a berry as a child, which sounds quite harmless and familiar. Kelly, surprised, asks if the guy really means to say that this is not the strawberry that grows in their land, because it looks very similar to it. The guy, holding the berries in his hands, answers with doubt, denies to the girl that strawberries are not harmless. The man insists that this is the main reason for their illness, assuring everyone that these berries contain poison. The boys, hearing this, look around in surprise, not believing their ears. Kelly, incredulous, says that she would never have guessed that they were poisoned by the way they looked. She adds that this is why adventurers should always be careful and definitely not eat plants they don't know anything about. The guy agrees with her, continues to think, says that it really does look like a real strawberry. He suggests that it could be either water or soil, but he is confident that they are old and, although weak, are still poisonous. The girl asks the guy again, and he persistently asks her how many of these berries she ate. Kelly, thinking, answers that about 5. The man says that you won't die from such a quantity, that you can just drink more water and then she will feel better. To which the girl, feeling relieved, agrees with him. The doctor and Kelly are happy that they have finally found the cause of their illness. Suddenly they look at each other, sadly, about to tell something unpleasant to the guy. Kelly, with a heavy sigh, admits that the truth is they have someone with more serious symptoms. She takes the guy by the hand and leads him into another room, where the sick Victor lies in serious condition. Theo is frightened to see his friend sick and is worried about Victor, unable to contain his anxiety. The girl tells him that he has a high fever and has lost consciousness, explaining that Victor ate as much as the others, but he is the worst of all. The boy wonders why this happened to him, his voice shaking with worry. Kelly, trying to calm him down, says that although Victor is old, he is more resilient than all of them. She adds that she does not think that he will die simply from poison. However, the doctor, not believing her words, says, "Hasn't she looked pale for several days?" Theo, looking at the man, admits that Victor has been working too much lately, and that is why, in addition to the poisoning, he is also overworked. The guy remembers the moment when Victor, tired from such hard work, began to feel pain in his chest. Inside, Theo feels angry at himself for not being able to help his friend back then, and now he understands that everything could have been different if he had managed to pay attention to his condition in time. Suddenly Victor, slightly opening his eyes, wakes up, and Theo, worried about him, asks how he feels. The guy asks with concern what happened to him, to which Victor barely recognizes him, trying to get up, but it seems that each attempt is very difficult for him. The man, feeling guilty, begins to apologize to him, saying that he is ashamed of himself, and that the guy should not look at him in such a state. To which Theo, with a warm and reassuring smile, says that everything is fine and he should just rest and recuperate. The boy sits down next to the man, admitting that this continent turned out to be much worse than he thought, because now they need to first evaluate all the ingredients they work with and be more careful. Victor, hearing this, laughs and agrees with him. The man says he must work hard because he sees Theo working hard too, and admits that's why he doesn't rest. But suddenly the man goes silent, and tension fills the room again. Kelly, worried, says he's passed out again. The girl says that if this continues, the worst could happen, and the guy gets very scared, twitching from what he hears. Suddenly he stands up, feeling a surge of determination, and excuses himself, asking Kelly to take care of everyone with the doctor. The doctor, confused, asks where he is going. The guy thinks that now, being the one everyone considers the best adventurer, he can't just sit on the sidelines and wait for everything to resolve itself. Theo loudly declares that he will go and find the antidote. When he gets home, he notices his friends, who seem genuinely interested in how he is. He asks if they have been waiting for him all this time. The girl, worried, asks Theo if he is okay. The guy, a little nervous, collects his thoughts, trying to tell them something, and finally says that he needs to go somewhere for a while. Suddenly, a wonderful idea comes to his mind. Theo asks Fio and Shiro if they know the area and says he needs herbs. The man asks if they know where the healing herbs grow. The girl's eyes light up, and Fio, impatiently, confirms that she knows where the healing herbs grow, and the wolf, confirming her words, barks joyfully. She points out the window at a huge mountain and says that there really are medicinal herbs growing there. Fio adds that although the herbs taste disgusting, the taste will improve over time. The guy, happy to hear about this, thanks her for her help and warns her that he is going after them. But the girl, slightly pale, says with fear that there is a bear there. The boy is also frightened by what he heard. The boy asks in horror if they really mean to say that the bear lives where medicinal herbs grow, and the girl nods sadly, her expression becoming even more gloomy. She says that the bear killed everyone, and that she is scared just from the thought of it. The guy is surprised, weakening his shoulders from what he heard. The guy begins to think that it means that the bear has occupied Fio and Shiro's territory, and that's where these healing herbs grow. He begins to realize that since Shiro is a magical wolf, he remembers Kelly mentioning that they may be of a higher species, and he realizes that even they couldn't defeat him. The guy imagines himself on the upcoming expedition and realizes that, in all likelihood, he himself will not be able to defeat this creature. But remembering that he has his faithful Begalof, he decides that he must still try. The man, sitting closer to Begalof, begins with a request. He addresses him, apologizing in advance, realizing that this could be dangerous, but sincerely asks Begalof to go with him. Theo admits that he really wants to help Victor, and that's why he really needs his help. Begalof, watching him, only silently looks into Theo's eyes, immersed in his own thoughts. However, with a displeased expression on his face, Begalof lowers his gaze and, to the boy's surprise, admits that he doesn't want to, and doesn't understand why he should go. To which Theo looks at him in surprise, not understanding his refusal. Begalof, with some persistence, sets the conditions that if he goes with him, the boy will play with him all day. The boy listens to him attentively, trying to understand how to fulfill this request. Begalof confidently declares that he agrees with him and is ready to do anything, if only they could complete the task and save Victor. Theo, looking at his dragon, feels a deep joy that Begalof is his. He already understands that he will continue to cherish them and value their friendship. Suddenly, Fio and Shiro, with bright lights in their eyes, say that they also want to go with them, to which the guy, raising his eyebrows in surprise, looks at them. Theo, watching the girl hugging the wolf, wonders in confusion if they really will go with them too. Suddenly, as if reading his thoughts, Shiro tells the boy not to worry about the bear, speaking with a confidence that Theo didn't expect to hear. He looks at him in surprise, feeling slightly confused. Shiro says with confidence that even though they lost their family, he says that they really trust him, which surprises the guy again. The man, closing his eyes, wonders whether it is worth taking them along on this dangerous adventure. But he understands that in order to quickly find the herbs, he really needs them. Theo, having made up his mind, agrees with them and states that if they sense danger and he tells them to run away, they must do so immediately. The boys readily agree, full of determination and courage. The guy leaves the house, confidently saying that it's time for them to go. He admits that first they need to visit Victor in the infirmary to find out how he is. Kelly, seeing the guy, asks how his work on the antidote is progressing. The man replies that he has a rough idea of what the poison is made of, but he needs herbs to create it. He asks if they can take care of the patients for one more night. The guy says that if necessary, let them carry everyone to him, because if they are very sick, it is better to use the toilet in his house. Kelly, slightly surprised, asks how he was able to get it all done so quickly. The guy apologizes to her for asking too much at such a difficult time. The man clenches his fist in excitement and says that he needs to find the necessary herbs for Victor as soon as possible to save him. Theo, loudly declaring his intention, says that they are going deep into the forest. The girl raises her eyebrows in surprise. Kelly asks if he has gone crazy because there are dangerous animals there, to which the man replies that this is the only way to save Victor, so they will all go there together. To which the man replies that this is the only option to save Victor, and so they will all go there together. He reassures Kelly, adding that as soon as they sense danger, they will immediately run away. Kelly, looking at him, understands what is happening, and the guy says that they simply have no other choice, and they must act. The girl agrees that they should go and says that even though they cannot estimate how dangerous the bear the girl spoke of is, they should be careful. The man confidently tells her not to worry, because they will act very carefully. The boys, full of determination and ready for adventure, gather and all together go away from the camp into the depths of the forest. The doctor, watching what is happening from the window, turns to Kelly to ask something, but the girl interrupts him, saying that they have no choice, so they will have to let him go on this dangerous journey. Kelly explains that even though they call themselves scientists, they know absolutely nothing about this continent, and this makes her uneasy. She looks at the mountain and, with hope in her mind, asks them to be very careful, because she is really worried about them. Walking through the forest, the boy reminds the boys that as soon as he says, or they decide for themselves, they must run away with all their might. Theo and Shiro, nodding to him in agreement and trust, are determined to take all precautions. The boy regrets that he is not strong enough to protect them all, but even so, he vows to protect them with all his might until the end. He says that it is time for them to go, and they head deeper into the forest, straight towards the mountain that the girl mentioned earlier, full of hope and determination to save Victor and find the healing herbs that may be the key to salvation. Kelly, with a little indignation, scolds Theo, saying that he should try it. She persistently asks why he hesitates and does not dare to take a step forward. The guy, overcome with fear from what is happening, tries to find the right words to refuse this strange offer, but his thoughts are confused. Kelly's friend tells Theo to cast aside his doubts and boldly move forward, to which the boy, nervously and tiredly turning his head away, understands that this will not end well. Kelly, remembering a recent episode when Theo was looking for stones for a well, regretfully reminds that Begalof once asked to protect this territory. The girl thinks that perhaps it is worth trying, because the dragon respects him. She convinces him that maybe then other animals won't come into this territory, offering to try on that tree. Theo, covering his face with his hand, says in despair that he would never agree to such a thing. The guy starts scratching the back of his head and looking away, feeling that Kelly has always been indifferent to this kind of thing. Suddenly he notices Theo, Shiro, and Begalof in front of him, looking at him with sparkling eyes. The guy is scared by what he sees, and does not understand what they want from him at this moment. To which Kelly, with a little insistence, says that they are counting on him too. She asks him if he really wants to destroy their hope and hurt them. The guy stops in a stupor, and doesn't understand what to do now in this situation. Disappointed in himself, he understands that by human standards this is not cultural. At this time the guys are walking in the forest, and Theo has clearly come up with something interesting for herself. The man understands that this is the social part of the animals' lives, but he still cannot understand why he should do this. Suddenly Theo grabs Begalof by the tail. The guy, clutching his head, begins to shake it, not understanding why he took Theo and the others with him. He is lost in thoughts about what to do with this now, and the girl is already happily flying on Begalof's tail, causing a smile. The guy, looking back at his merry friends, begins to wonder if they have already forgotten about this strange proposal. Despite the situation, he notices that they don't seem to care anymore. Kelly notices that the kids are bored sometimes, and it's as if she's come up with a new idea, as if she finds a way to cheer them up. When suddenly the girl shouts at the guy. Theo turns around and looks at her. She shows him a large worm in front of his face and, with innocent interest, asks what he will say about it. But the guy gets scared and screams throughout the forest, retreating back. Kelly asks with a smile, "Isn't this a cute little baby?" The guy, looking at this creature, is scared half to death. He asks her in awe what it is. Kelly says she doesn't know either, she just found it by the road. She admits she asked Theo, and the boy is surprised, thinking Theo knows everything. Kelly says Theo told her it was completely tasteless. The guy thought about her words. Kelly asks him if he wants to try it. Theo shakes his head in denial and replies with surprise that he is very sorry that the girl had to eat it. He, looking at Theo playing with the wolf, says that when her herd was destroyed, willy-nilly, she will have to eat at least something in order to survive. Kelly replies that knowledge of how to live is determined by life itself, and if they had to eat all sorts of worms in this area, then they themselves believe that this is real life. She admits that she is telling him this only so that he will understand how important it is for them. The guy, thinking about her words, is surprised by what he heard, discovering understanding, perhaps trying to look at things from a different perspective. The man understands that Kelly is very eccentric, but she can be trusted. He suddenly realizes that she trusts her friends too. The guy apologizes to her, saying that he didn't know how much she cares about the girl and the other children. He grabs his head again and admits that he actually thought she was only interested in people as objects to study. To which the girl, hearing this, starts laughing, asking if that's really how she looks from that side. Kelly, still laughing, asks if he himself doesn't wonder what they taste like, to which the guy, in a panic, screams that she's crazy and asks her to get this monster away from him. Theo, finally losing patience, admits that he did everything possible to ensure that they would not have this for dinner, to which the girl, with a smile, apologizes and admits that it was just funny to watch his reaction. The man wonders, why does he need all this? The boys run quickly through the dense forest, the atmosphere of which is filled with freshness and a light breeze. Theo, running next to the girl, asks her how far they still have to run. To which the girl, confident in her powers and sitting astride the wolf, joyfully replies that there is only a little bit left. She claims that they are almost there and that the medicinal herb is exactly in the direction she points. The guy begins to analyze the surrounding circle with his eyes and thinks that he must try his best for Victor. He gathers all his thoughts and runs through the forest, using his appraisal magic to determine what might be useful in their search. Soon they climb into the tall grass, and the girl, noticing that the wolf has stopped, asks him what happened. He answers that there are herbs here, but Theo, frowning, replies that she does not know any. The girl then turns to the guy, asking if there is anything valuable here. After analyzing it, the guy, with slight bewilderment, answers, "Is it really true that they went all this time just for this?" The man, having collected his thoughts, decides that he will use the skill evaluation on all objects around him. He decides to collect absolutely everything that might be useful. The girl asks her friend, with pleasure and admiration, if he can really know everything about an object just by looking at it. Theo admits that Theo is an amazing person. To this the boy, smiling modestly, agrees and says that this is just his skill. The girl, with admiration, wags her tail, admiring him. Theo admits that he hasn't been praised for his judgment ability for a long time, and he recalls that it helps him analyze even people, which surprised everyone he traveled with. The man uses the effect of his skill appraisal and begins to examine every blade of grass in this clearing, immersing himself in the process. He admits that herbs against the poison are quite difficult to find, to which the girl, full of hope, replies that despite this, they still have to find it. Suddenly, she remembers something, and she points her finger to the side, confidently saying that they need to go there. The man agrees with her and asks her to fill him in on the situation. Suddenly, Theo realizes that it might not be safe when he suddenly steps on something big and round. The girl, with obvious concern, asks him to be as careful as possible because he should watch his step. The guy, with slight bewilderment, replies that he did not know that mushrooms could have the ability to explode, sincerely surprised. Suddenly, on the right side, he finds a huge plant devouring some kind of reptile. The boys, having overcome their fears, walk along the landslides, descending lower and further into the mysterious depths of the forest. Walking along the road, they notice a huge snake, and the boys instinctively hide from it behind a tree, holding their breath. The girl joyfully shouts that they have finally arrived at the place. To which the guy, covering his face with his hands from confusion and fatigue, admits that the way here is clearly not short and, perhaps, was full of difficulties. The girl, without wasting any time, tears up a couple of leaves and, enthusiastically showing them, declares that this is exactly what they came here for, reverently holding in her hands the precious finds that could become a real salvation for Victor. She, with a slight smile on her face, says that when she ate it, she felt much better. The guy, having listened carefully, agrees with her and invites her to check it out, as if it were something unusual and exciting. He uses his keen eye, which seemed to reflect the whole breadth of knowledge, and understands that this is just a medicinal herb that grows well in the forests, improves bowel function, and eliminates stomach pain. The girl, hearing this, suddenly becomes angry at what she heard, not believing this simple explanation, as if her hopes for something more had been dashed against the rocks of reality. The boy, with unperturbed calm, says that this herb is best suited for treating the stomach, and the poison that she fears so much it is unlikely to remove. To which Fia, feeling growing anxiety, begins to panic, because she thinks that she brought them here in vain, forcing them to go such a huge path which, perhaps, does not make sense. To which Theo, surprisingly, at that moment grabs her by the head, gently stroking her, and, confidently denying her words, tries to calm her down and convince her not to worry, because together they can cope with any difficulties. The guy smiles and strokes the girl's head and tells her that they will be useful to them when they find an antidote, and says that Fio is a good girl and did a good job. Fio beamed, waggled her tail, and happily agreed with the guy with a smile. They all collect the grass together, and the main character thinks that even if it is not an antidote, Victor will feel better. Suddenly the beast calls him by name. Theo looks and asks what happened to Begalof. Begalof reports that something interesting smells, but he doesn't know what it is. The beast shows itself. The guy asks it to stand. The guy runs after him and asks him to wait for him. The guy sees that between the trees there is a pond surrounded by stones. He thinks about whether this is a hot spring. The main character is amazed by the size and says that it looks more like a swimming pool. He looks into the distance and says that even the other side of the shore is barely visible. It is very big. Begalof touches the water with his tongue and tells Theo that the water is hot. Then the guy realizes that it was a hot spring after all. The guy looks at its effects. Restoring fatigue and skin problems. It's not suitable. You can come here later. The girl notices something and asks Theo to look into the distance. She tells that there are herbs there too. Theo asks if they are on the other bank. She answers positively. She sees them. The protagonist looks closely and thinks that even from here he cannot see them and cannot appreciate them. The main character says that they need to get closer, but due to the size of the source, they will get there until the evening. Begalof stomps, and the guy notices this. The beast climbs into the water with a smile and, sighing, asks the surprised protagonist to rely on him. Then they float right on it. The protagonist asks him to be slower, and he agrees. The girl says that it is fun, but Theo says that you can die and asks him to be slower. The main character looks ahead at the shore and realizes that the shore is already visible. They have almost arrived. Begalof swims to the end. They finally swim and get off the beast. The main character thanks him. The main character is surprised by the flowers. The main character stands right in front of a meadow strewn with beautiful flowers. They are amazed at how beautiful it is here. It is a flower meadow. The guy takes one of the flowers in his hand and offers to look at its properties. He concentrates and carefully studies the effects of the flower. The girl looks at the flower in surprise and asks Theo if this is what they need. The guy is silent and Begalof asks what is there. The main character stretches his arms forward and hugs all three partners, which surprises them. The guy happily tells them that they have finally found them healing herbs that cure poisons. The main character joyfully holds a flower in front of him. Everyone looks at him. Then they start screaming with joy. The girl repeats several times that they finally found it. They all pick flowers, and the guy says that this is enough. The guy thanks them all with a smile because they tried very hard. Now Victor will be saved. They all look at the guy in surprise. The beast thinks that this is all for his new pack. Begalof is happy that he was praised, and the girl laughs. The girl turns to Theo and says that it is time to go home. Begalof says that everyone is waiting only for him. The main character says with a smile that since they found the herbs and nothing happened to them, it's time to return home, but suddenly everyone falls into a stupor because of some sound. The protagonist stands in front of his companions, who are also wary, and think that he suddenly sensed someone's evil aura. The guy looks into the forest and realizes that this aura is coming right in front of him. He thinks about who could be there. The main character warns everyone to be careful and not to run forward under any circumstances. The beast looks angrily ahead and growls. The guy is tense and thinks about who could be there. Theo remembers that he has already managed to go through many different battles and see many different monsters. The main character steps forward, hides behind a tree, and looks out from behind it. Realizing that this creature is much more terrible than all those, he sees someone's silhouette in the bushes. The guy continues to look in shock and thinks only about who this is. In the middle of the bushes stands a huge monster. An ominous aura emanates from him. He holds something in his hand. The main character looks at this creature in shock, thinking about who it is, while his companions angrily look at the monster, who at this time is simply standing in place. Then the creature begins to move through the bushes, and the main character notices it behind the tree. The guy shows his companions a hand gesture and whispers to them to stay here and not stick their heads out. They silently watch and listen to him. The main character also asks Begalof not to come closer. He is not very smart with hand signs, but he hopes that he understood him. Theo is then again amazed by the aura emanating from the creature. Realizing that this monster is not like any monster he has ever met, could it be a spirit or a demon, the girl angrily growls at the creature and calls it a bear. The main character asks her if this is the same bear that attacked them then. Theo thinks that no matter how you look at this creature, it doesn't look like a bear. Does it really look like a bear to Theo and Shiro? However, it doesn't matter at all now. What should he do next? That's what he should think about. The creature tightens its grip on the ropes it holds in its clawed paws, and then the frightened little wolves it holds tied to those ropes appear. They walk forward and growl, breathing heavily. The guy is surprised and thinks that these are wolves, the same as Shiro. The main character remembers the words of his companions, that it was the bear that separated them. The guy looks at Fiho and Shiro in shock, realizing where this is all leading. He looks in surprise at Fiho and Shiro, who are looking angrily at their enemy with bared teeth. Then they both start growling at him, and then Theo realizes the fact that there is no longer any doubt it was he who attacked Fiho and Shiro. The boy thinks about the little wolf cubs being led by the creature. One of the wolves makes a sound, and then the creature hits him with all its force, causing him to squeal. The creature then opens its mouth and starts screaming loudly, hitting another wolf, leaving everyone else shaking in fear. Theo looks on with tears and anger. She is ready to pounce on him when the monster starts screaming again. The main character tries to stay calm. All adventurers should follow this rule. Otherwise, in case of danger, the whole group may die. The guy remembers how he followed the goblins. However, Theo promises that none of them will die. The guy turns his attention to Begalof. The main character mentally asks the beast if he will help him kill the creature, and he agrees. Theo looks at his companions and asks Fiho and Shiro to stay here. They look at him. He says that he needs to calm down, because it will be better this way. The main character tells them to stay here and not stick their heads out. He and the Begalof will distract him and save those wolf cubs. The guy thinks about how to distract him now. The guy asks Begalof to listen to him. He tells him his plan, and the beast asks the guy if everything will be okay. The main character sits on the grass and says with a smile that everything will definitely be fine. Let him believe him. Theo smiles and says that he swore to protect them all, and the beast listens to him. Begalof agrees with him, and the protagonist says that everything is fine. He turns to Fiho and Shiro. The guy asks them to listen and tells them not to blame themselves, because even if they blame themselves for what happened, it will not fix the situation. He admits that they are not to blame for what happened. Theo listens to him, and the main character strokes her head. The girl thinks in surprise that this is the first time he stroked her. She thinks about it. She reflects on how she felt so calm at that moment. The guy finally offers to start and looks at the silhouette of the enemy. The main character thinks that first he needs to come closer, then he does it. Luckily for him, he doesn't even look back, which means he's very confident in his abilities, in which case he'll have to show him that he's not that strong. The guy goes forward and uses the creation skill along the way. A club appears in his hand. The guy understands that now he has a weapon. He squeezes it tightly. However, he still needs to be careful. There are 15 meters left to the target. The guy is getting closer and closer. The main character flies out screaming and runs straight at his enemy, shouting at him to get what he deserves. The monster turns to the protagonist and he thinks that this is great, because now all his attention is focused on me. The guy thinks that Theo and Shiro are sitting as they should, which means he shouldn't feel sorry for himself at the moment. The main character looks at his enemy with a smile and thinks about how strong he is. The guy rushes at the enemy. The guy angrily punches and yells at his enemy that he thanks him for making him angry. Something suddenly starts to crack. The monster blocks the guy's blow with his weapon, and the guy's weapon breaks into pieces. The protagonist looks at the broken weapon in shock and thinks that his enemy is quite fast, his weapon is stronger than his. The guy also notices that he fights well after the monster hits the main character, and he flies to the side. The protagonist thinks that everything is going exactly as he planned. The monster notices something. In fact, Theo deliberately made his weapon fragile so that he would break it, because in reality the fragments... Then the guy uses the creation again. These fragments can actually be used as weapons too. The fragments hit the monster right in the face, and he doesn't start screaming. The guy made a direct hit. After this, the monster releases the ropes and the wolves are free. Theo thinks that he has freed them and needs to act now. When the monster opens his eyes, he sees only some flash from the forest, and is surprised by this. The protagonist shouts at Begalof, who hears this and uses an attack directly from his mouth on the monster. When they were preparing for this, the main character told Begalof that as soon as the guy said so, he should shoot straight at him. After this, the main character will tie him up and hold him until the very end, using the rope that was used to create the well. The protagonist managed to put shackles on the monster at the same time Begalof's attack approaches them. The guy tells the monster that his end has come, and suddenly, a flash of light appears in place of the monster. The boy asked Theo and Shiro to listen to him when he told them that he and Begalof would distract him, and they would have to save the wolf cubs. The boy asked them not to overdo it and save their brothers and sisters during Begalof's attack. Theo successfully takes the wolf cubs and leaves from there. She is very happy that everything worked out for her. She is very happy that they are saved. The wolves begin to rejoice. However, what about that monster? She looks at the guy who is standing right in front of the monster and thinks that this is very amazing. The monster stands unharmed right in front of the protagonist, who is amazed that he is still alive. Suddenly, the monster opens its toothy mouth and begins to scream, rushing at Theo. The main character remembers his adventures with the hero. It's good that he hasn't lost all his skills yet. The guy dodges the monster's blow. The guy confidently says that he is tired of this. It is time for him to finish with him. The guy stretches his hand forward and uses the assessment skill on the monster. Theo studies it and shouts to the beast Begalof that this monster is afraid of fire. Begalof understands this. The main character thinks that this monster is very strong, and unlike ordinary monsters, he feels anger towards all living things. It's better to sort things out with him right now because in the future he might become stronger and attack the camp. At home, a girl with a tub and a rag sits in front of a man someone calls Kelly. She understands that they have returned and looks back. The main character enters the house holding his head. The girl is very happy about his arrival. Theo asks how they are. Kelly reports that it's good. Most people are gradually getting better. However, Victor is getting worse and worse. We need to start treating him as soon as possible. That's why I came. The guy takes flowers out of his bag and says that he will now create an antidote. The girl asks him if he found the herbs. He agrees and says that it almost cost him his life. The main character tells her that he will tell her about it later, and now he puts the medicine on the table, and the guy next to Kelly asks her if he knows how to make medicine. She gives a positive answer. He is very surprised by this, because he has never heard of anyone using production skills to make medicines, because usually this skill makes it easy to make some household items, chairs for example. The girl now understands why Victor wanted Theo to join the expedition. The guy says that he's finally finished, shows them the bottle, they tell him that he's a good boy. The girl says that they need to give it to Victor. The main character says that not yet. He uses the assessment and reports that although he made an antidote, there is no guarantee that it will work the first time. The protagonist says that they are now talking about the human body, but what if Victor is so weak that he dies from the potion? They ask him what he suggests then, and Theo puts the potion on the table. The guy asks them to give him a poisonous red berry to eat. Everyone is surprised by this. Theo says that as soon as he eats it, he will immediately take the antidote. They have little time for observation, because this is the only way he can make sure that everything is fine with the medicine. The girl asks him not to be stupid. What will happen to them if he dies? Someone's voice says that in this case he wants to be the first to try the medicine. The guy is surprised. It was the awakened Victor speaking. He is asked if he is sleeping and asked not to get up. The man says that he trusts Theo and his skill. He opens the bottle of medicine with a sound. The man drinks the potion, but the boy shouts his name. But it's too late. After that, the man falls silent. After this, Victor suddenly starts coughing, and the main character, in horror, asks him how he feels. Victor says it's very bitter. Theo apologizes because he didn't have time to work on the taste at all. Victor says that good medicine always tastes bitter. He coughs even more, and Theo thinks, is it really that bitter? Victor is suddenly surprised by something and asks what it is. Some bubbles appear in the air. The guy is surprised to hear that the poison is leaving the body this way. The girl takes Victor's hand and realizes that his pulse has also returned. The protagonist understands that before taking the medicine, Victor was on the verge of death. The man turns to Theo with a smile. He already said that he completely trusts him. The main character with a smile asks him to stop fooling the old man. The protagonist lays out the medicines on the floor on the cloth. He says that he has already finished the medicines for everyone. The girl thanks him. Theo says that she knows how to use it. He would like to ask Kelly for something. Kelly asks again in surprise about the pseudo-bear, and the guy says that Theo was talking about a bear, but for them, a bear is not what they imagine. He remembers that very monster and thinks about how to say it. The protagonist says it was a demon, but let it be a pseudo-bear. Kelly asks why such complications are needed. If she understands him, they manage to defeat him only with the help of Begalof's magic. He found something in his ashes. It was inside him, some kind of prickly object. The girl is surprised and asks if it is a magic stone. She understands the fact that all magical monsters must have one, and it drops from them after death. She honestly doesn't know much about them, but this stone looks quite ominous. The main character says that it is not quite so, because he has already used the assessment on him. It is not a monster. The girl is surprised by this. The guy explains that in fact, it's not just that. He's like a non-existent creature. Kelly listens to Theo in surprise. Even the guy's assessment could not fully reveal information about him. He is encountering someone like him for the first time. The plants they know are poisonous. There are creatures here that are unknown to them. How many more discoveries will this new continent bring them? The guy does not know how many more dangers they will have to endure in the future. Kelly says that he will help them anyway. The guy replies that, of course, and turns to the girl again. The guy tells her that he forgot to mention one small detail. Once everyone gets better, let her share this information with them. She turns back in shock to the wolf cubs who are staring at her. The wolf cubs look at the girl with affection. The main character apologizes to Kelly for not telling her earlier. Just let her not look at him with such a murderous look. The weather is nice outside. There is a lot of foam, and someone says that it is interesting. Kelly, Theo, and Shiro wash the wolf cubs in foam, and the girl asks why Theo moved the information about such cute ones to the background. Are they relatives of Theo and Shiro? If so, then let them show them the rules of life with them later. She says that they are very nervous now, but they should not worry, because everything will be fine with them. She will not let them go anywhere dirty. Kelly says that this concerns them too. Looking at Theo and Shiro in surprise, one of the wolf cubs screams and the girl looks at them in surprise. Kelly apologizes to the wolf cub for touching his wound. She notices bruises and contusions all over his body. There are no serious wounds or fractures. She is very sorry. She promises that in the future she will be more careful. The wolf cub starts to whine and tremble. The girl says that Theo told her everything. They went through so much pain, but now everything will definitely be fine. The girl hugs the wolf cub and asks them not to be afraid, because now they are safe and no one will touch them here. The wolf cub begins to wag his tail. Theo approaches Kelly and tells her that even though she is a little weird, they like her. She wonders why she's weird. However, Theo asks what she's talking about. The protagonist goes inside with Begalof and apologizes to Kelly for causing her problems again. The girl shows 3 wolf cubs with a smile, clean and wrapped in towels. The guy is surprised by this. The guy asks her why. The girl says that it is difficult to dry them, and at least they will not freeze or get sick. Let them not worry. They will dry. He will take it off. Theo understands that they have already got along. The girl agrees with him and says that they very quickly realized that there was no danger for them here, especially when she bathed them so thoroughly. By the way, they were very calm, even calmer than Theo and Shiro. The main character looks at these two. They look guiltily at the floor. They just don't like the smell of soap. The girl turns to Theo and asks him to wipe them. The guy agrees and says that they will need to be fed later. Suddenly, all 3 wolf cubs start moving and untangle themselves from the towels. Kelly and Theo don't understand what's happening. Then Theo realizes that they haven't eaten in a long time. Theo tells the wolf cubs that there is a lot of delicious food here. They are given a large piece of meat and can eat as much as they want. the wolf cubs begin to shine with thoughts of meat. The girl first asks Theo to bring the food quickly, and then asks him to stop when he was already taking out a piece of meat. Kelly reports that they have been living in poor conditions and have not eaten for a long time. Their condition is even worse than Theo and Shiro were initially. If they feed them enough now, it will harm their health. The protagonist asks if this is true, but this cannot be allowed. At first, they will need to be fed in small portions. The wolf cubs look at the small portion of food in a stupor. Theo looks at the amount of food and calls Kelly cruel, although before she thought she was nice. There is some kind of flash. The main character looks at the overturned bottles of medicine in shock and bewilderment and thinks about what happened here. Yesterday, he prepared medicine for everyone and brought the little wolf cubs. By the end of the day, he was very tired. The wolf cubs were playing with Kelly, and Theo and Shiro were watching this. The main character had a lot of dirty bottles left, and as a result, he fell asleep in this state. However, why does he now see his own reflection in these bottles? He thinks about Begalof, but it doesn't look like him. The guy thinks that maybe it was Kelly who did it, but she was also very tired yesterday, and Begalof and the others are still sleeping. He notices some creature behind the basket and asks who it is. The creature gets scared. The main character thinks that it is someone very small, a monster. Suddenly the slime jumps out from behind the basket and starts squeaking. The main character looks at it in a stupor and realizes that it is a slime. Because of its appearance, everyone considers it a very weak monster, but in fact, this is far from the case. They can be poisonous, of course, they have low intelligence, therefore, they attack as a group and try to dissolve, poison, or trample the enemy. He remembers how he ran away from a crowd of slugs. He looks at the thinned slime, thinking that they are driven by only one desire: hunger. The guy asks the slime not to make any sudden movements, but the slime jumps towards him, and Theo realizes that it has pounced on him. The protagonist looks in shock as the slime jumps onto his hands and squeaks happily. He asks what happened to the slime. After all, the main character has never seen such a friendly slime. Is the local species different from theirs? And if he tries to talk to it, the main character uses taming. The guy mentally tells the slime that he is Theodore, and what is his name? The slime tells him that it is nice to meet him, but all this is interrupted by beeping, and the guy understands that his thoughts are very difficult to read. The slime calls the guy's name and says it's delicious. The protagonist thinks that he heard something that reminded him of his name. He really needs to concentrate. Then the main character again hears the slime say his name and say that it is delicious. The main character, in shock, asks the slime if it wants to eat him, but it only squeaks in response. Then the slime starts jumping to the side. The food, at the same time, the main character looks at this in surprise, and the slime approaches the jar of medicine. The main character is surprised by the bottle and asks the slime if he cleaned them, and it squeaks in response. The guy hears the slime's thoughts, that it likes the smell, it's very tasty. The main character has a feeling of déjà vu. He remembers such a moment with Begalof. Theodore asks the slime if he liked the smell because of the mana. Is that what he wants to say, since it's the same with the Begalof? The slime agrees and thinks that he is food for them. The guy thinks that, yes, monsters always stuck to him. Does it mean that his mana is really a delicacy for them? The slime says that of course it is, and asks to give even more. The protagonist pokes his finger at the soft slime and tells him that only if he becomes his familiar. The slime agrees, and the protagonist is surprised at how simple everything turned out to be. Everyone here is an adventurer, and for them the image of slime is something like this: dangerous, hungry, and evil. Will it bring them more benefit than harm? The main character agrees and thinks that most likely there will clearly be more advantages. The guy tells the slime that he cleaned not only the bottles but also the floor. Is that his job? The slime squeaks and says that the floor was dirty, he cleaned it, and now the floor is shiny. The guy discontentedly introduces two cleaning duty officers who are already tired of cleaning every day. The main character throws the slime up and tells him that from today his name is Pi. He will be cleaning. Theo has tamed the slime. Everyone looks at the slime and thinks that he is very cute. The main character realizes that Pi is already quite popular. Day breaks. Birds fly in the sky. Two guys go outside and are surprised that Victor is standing calmly on his feet. They ask him if he is feeling better, since yesterday he was clearly unable to even walk. The man says that it's all Theo's merit. They are surprised, and say that he is a jack of all trades. When he heard about mass poisoning, he could not help. He chose the wrong team. The guys look at Kelly in surprise, who has slime on her shoulders, and say that they want that too. What the hell is going on here? The main character says with a smile that this is Pi, he is now with them, but no matter how you look at it, it is slime. The whole company is surprised by the slime. The main character asks them not to worry. When he was in the heroes group, he suffered enough with the slime, so everything will definitely be fine. When the slime sucks out his mana, it also relaxes his body, so he does it even better than the masseuse in the capital. The only thing that is tense is his head. It's not just about the massage, though. He shows a stack of clean clothes. Victor is surprised by this, and Theo says that he seems to like dirt. Victor calls the slime useful and says it's nice to meet Pi, after which the slime jumps on Victor and sucks the mana out of him. The plates remain empty, and Victor says that since they have already eaten, they need to discuss work for today. The main character realizes that the massage had an effect on him too. Victor talks about how their work has stopped since yesterday. Everyone is sitting and listening to him. Then one guy raises his hand and asks if he can say something about this. He says that although many of them have fallen ill, so far everything is going according to plan. They have advanced quite far. They can even look at this. Theo is immediately told that she will not go anywhere and will stay here. She sits with the wolves. The group moves forward through the forest. Theo is happy with his plot of land and says that he is really looking forward to it. Begalof looks at him. He has dreamed about this all his life. That is why he came here. Freedom and independence. At first he thought it would be difficult, but then he calmed down. The guy wants to see the lands as soon as possible. Suddenly everyone in shock asks what it is. The main character turns around and thinks about what managed to happen. They all ask what happened here. Holes appeared on the ground. The main character is shocked that the fields are already destroyed. Victor says that it is some kind of horror. They look around and think that yesterday people were working here, and today the earth is already in craters. Someone is touching the earth with their hand. Kelly touches the ground and reports that this was clearly done by some monster, not a human, and the protagonist is surprised. She holds a tuft of wool in her hands and says that at first glance it looks like a chimera, nothing more to say. The guy notices something and asks her to wait. The girl reports that it was most likely a chimera, an animal with body parts of different animals. The guy is shocked and asks if this is serious. Everyone is shocked that a chimera did this. The guy asks Kelly what the chimera is doing in these parts. The girl says that judging by the hair, it looks like her. She doesn't know what she is doing here. Chimeras are powerful monsters that consist of many beasts combined together. And chimeras also possess magic, and their strength is not inferior to dragons. And the most important thing is that they are aggressive and dangerous. They didn't even think that there were monsters stronger than that bear here. They discuss that she might attack again. So they need to find her and kill her, but how can they track her down since she left no traces? The protagonist asks Begalof if he can track her by scent, and he says that he can. Begalof tries to attack the chimera's trail. He points to the side and asks to go there. The main character understands that this is not a quick matter. The slime thinks that it looks like there is someone strong there. Suddenly it falls off the guy's shoulder. He is surprised. The slime starts jumping, running away. The main character runs after it and asks to stop. What suddenly came over him? Pi tells the main character that he senses mana. There is a lot of it there. The guy is surprised. Victor asks the guy, what's wrong with Pi? The guy says that it looks like he found the one who destroyed the fields. The protagonist recalls the slime's words that he senses mana, and even his massage effect confirms this. It turns out that he is able to catch even the slightest glimmer of mana. Theo smiles and says that he will find a chimera. However, the man warns that it is dangerous. Let him take at least a couple more people with him. Theo says that they are dealing with a dangerous monster. The more people, the more dangerous. He doesn't actually go there specifically to die, but if he senses danger, he will immediately run away from there, and besides, Begalof is with him. Victor holds his hands together and asks them to be careful. The protagonist with the Begalof moves forward. They approach the cave, and the protagonist realizes that they are so far from the fields, but the mana is still the same, and it comes straight from this cave. The main character doesn't like all this. Going into the lair of an unknown enemy is tantamount to death, he thinks. Suddenly the guy feels something and looks around. Begalof asks Theo what's wrong. The man says that there is someone else there. But who could be there? It looks like the creature they have already met. He thinks that it is only his imagination. He needs to go back. Begalof tells Theodore that there is a smell of blood there, and that someone is asking for help. The main character goes into the cave with a lantern in his hands. The main character warns that he will go ahead and shine the light, and Begalof should just follow him and watch his step. The guy is very worried, and there is someone else asking for help. They go into some room and look ahead in surprise. They stop in front of the body of a huge boar who is ill and breathing heavily. The main character understands that it looks like a demonic boar, but it is somehow strange in any case. This boar has very terrible wounds. Suddenly he looks at them angrily and growls. The main character asks him to calm down. The guy apologizes to him for suddenly barging into his house. If he is not hostile towards him, then he will not attack. Theo says that if he doesn't mind, can he treat his wound? Suddenly something appears behind them. Suddenly a man appears and hits the protagonist with a sword, shouting that he should not touch the boar. Begalof manages to push Theo away from the blow. The main character is amazed by such perfect swordsmanship. If it weren't for Begalof, the guy understands that this is a person. Theo understands that this means that there are other people here besides them, and suddenly the girl feels ill. A guy catches a falling girl and asks her if she is okay. He notices that the girl has a fever. The girl suddenly asks the guy if he is Theo. The main character recognizes Giselle. She smiles. The guy remembers what they experienced together and asks the surprised girl why she is here. She simply greets him with a smile. She stands up and tells the guy that he hasn't changed. She laughs. Theo realizes that it's Giselle Lulutz. The girl is a hero who saved humanity. She tells him that they finally met. She feels sick and the guy asks her not to overexert herself. He asks if she ate something again and got poisoned. Giselle asks who he thinks she is. Lately she only eats red berries. The guy knew it. The girl asks him to at least smile. The guy sighs and tells the girl that he has a lot of questions for her. But first, he asks her why she tried to kill him. The girl goes into a stupor and admits that she thought Borbor was attacked. The guy asks her name again. The guy asks Giselle if she is talking about this boar. However, Giselle says that it is not a boar, but a chimera. The protagonist tells her that she looks completely different from what he imagined. Giselle says that she is a chimera, although not quite like the ones they saw before. Theo thinks that there is no logic. Well, so be it. If Giselle says so, then that's how it is. After all, heroes are chosen by the gods and lead people. Their powers and understanding are far beyond those of ordinary mortals. The guy thinks that since Borbor is not dangerous to others, he will need to be examined. The girl asks if she is listening to him. The guy apologizes. The girl admits that she would really like him to help Borbor first. The guy tells her that her intentions are good. She herself is in very bad shape, so let her first heal herself. The girl gets angry and asks to help Borbor first. Otherwise, the baby will be worried. Next to the big boar, there is a small one who grunts pitifully. The guy looks at the girl and thinks that this is what their hero is like. Very kind and always puts others above himself. Then the main character says that Borbor will live. He helped Giselle, but let her have a better rest. Anyway, the girl thanks the guy for this. She tells him that he is amazing. As always, she felt much better after the first sip. The guy asks her to stop praising him. Because she is a hero, she could have cured herself. The girl asks the guy who it is, pointing to the evil Begalof her. He tells Theo that she attacked them. She made him very angry. Could he attack her too? The guy understands that he is confused and asks him to stand still, because she is not their enemy. The girl understands that his name is Begalof. In fact, she sees such a living dragon for the first time. She calls him cute, and now he's not a cute hippopotamus, he's a cute dragon. Begalof happily climbs up to her to hug her, and the guy understands that how quickly he changed his mind. Is he really a dragon? He has a couple of questions for Giselle. However, first they need to return to camp, because the others are worried about them. Everyone looks at the fair-haired guy, who told them something before, in bewilderment and surprise. Giselle walks with a smile and greets everyone, showing a hand gesture. Everyone around is surprised by her arrival. Theo and Begalof are walking behind the girl. Victor asks her in surprise what she forgot here. Giselle tells him that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man first greets her calmly, but then returns to the topic of the question. He turns to Theo and asks him if he can explain it. The guy says that he himself would like to know the answer. Theo asks her how she got here. Giselle says that like everyone else, they went on an expedition and she asked a friend to give her a lift here. He asks if they know him and understands that they were the ones who sailed in on a small boat. The main character understands that he was not in the cave, so where is her friend now? Victor loudly tells her that this is no longer funny. They ask her about her work in the capital. After all, the hero rewards brave warriors and carries out personal assignments for the king. The girl asks about her job with a smile and tells the news that she was fired. Theo and Victor are shocked. Victor loses consciousness. Theo screams that Victor has lost consciousness again. They ask him to wake up, because he just recovered and they have to treat him again. The main character and Giselle are heading somewhere. The main character says that in order for this not to happen again, she couldn't just say everything as it is. Victor lies down and recovers. The girl runs around in surprise and asks Theo if he did all this, let him tell her how the well works. The guy looks at the girl gloomily and asks her if she can explain herself first. He scares her. And anyway, what difference does it make that she's here? He didn't like working in the kingdom either. Theo is surprised. 10 years later, after defeating the demon lord, Giselle had many responsibilities as a hero. The girl was popular and everyone admired her. She always complained about her new duties. Theo asks if she is talking about him giving speeches at ceremonies too. The girl agrees, after all, he was sent on this fun task. And she often talked about this with Lilia, and she came up with a good plan. The guy remembers Lilia, the sorceress of the heroes group. The girl gave him a stack of papers and asked him to take them to the royal castle. Giselle asked Lilia if these were reports. She answered positively. The girl asks why her name is written on it. She does not remember writing anything like that. Lilia says that the slow maintenance of sewage systems, stagnation in the healthcare sector. She listed every single point that needs to be improved in the kingdom. She says that if she brings all this to the king, there will definitely be a real commotion in the castle. The protagonist is surprised. Giselle was never interested in fame and honor. That's why she didn't really like her job after the war, because she wanted adventure. However, everyone was just using her. She was the savior of people, and she could also express discontent. But what if? If Giselle gets involved in politics? The king reads the reports in shock, and the girl says that everyone was scared to death. She had so much fun then. The guy realizes that Giselle is much more popular than the king himself. And when the powers that be finally realized this, they decided that it was dangerous to leave her in the kingdom and fired her from the castle. So she became an adventurer again. The girl smiles and says that she immediately felt good in her soul. The girl reports that after she thanked Lilia, she remembered that he went to an unknown continent. The girl giggles. To be honest, Giselle thought that the guy would be surprised when he saw her. The guy understands that this is what she wanted. The girl says that this is exactly it. She asks him to show her the surroundings. But first, Theo asks her what she is going to do here. And another question, who then wounded Boa Boa? The girl wonders. She doesn't even know if he is alone. Theo says that there is nothing to be done. He is too big to be moved here, and his wound is too deep. He does not want to disturb him. Theo offers to visit him tomorrow, and says that this is where they have a kitchen. The girl apologizes to the main character for being selfish. But Boa Boa really took care of her. The guy asks about it again. She says that as soon as she arrived here, she immediately tried to find them, but she was unable to find out anything. Giselle looked for them everywhere, and at some point she got hungry and tired, and that's when she met Boa Boa. The main character asks if she entered into battle with him. The girl says no, because he turned out to be very nice and kind. He even shared food with her and helped her for a couple of days. The main character thinks about whether she could make friends with him without taming skills. He tells her that they have baths here. The girl tells that he was attacked last night. It was too unexpected. Then he came back to them, but already being badly wounded. Then he fell asleep, and she ate those red berries. The guy can't believe that someone was even capable of hurting him. Did she see who it was? The girl reports that whoever did this does not look like any monster or animal she has ever seen. However, from a distance he resembles a bear, and his body spreads miasma, but up close he looks more like a human. And his aura is also very frightening. The protagonist is shocked to recognize the creature from the description, with which he himself recently fought. The protagonist asks the girl if the creature looked like him. He shows what the creature looked like, and the girl says it was him. He is exactly the same. The main character knew it. He asks her about what happened after, where he ran. Giselle tells him that she killed him, or she shouldn't have. The guy is amazed that it was so easy for her. The guy tells him that he was able to defeat him only with the help of Begalof. Theo understands that she is a hero and has plenty of strength. The girl apologizes. Giselle states that she owed Boa Boa a favor and that she had to take revenge on the creature anyway. She was then beside herself with rage and cut the creature with a sword. According to her, It also had huge horns. In general, it was different from the one that the main character defeated. But they are of a certain species, and therefore, for them, their existence poses a huge threat. The guy understands that there are a lot of them. How can they fight them? The girl is surprised by something beautiful. She stands on a cliff and looks at the pond, where the sun is setting on the horizon, and is amazed by the beauty of it. Giselle says that she hasn't seen such beautiful landscapes for 10 years, and the main character thinks that she is being dramatic. But the girl thinks that no, because they all once saw such views together, it brings back memories. And the girl has no more valuable memories, because that time was wonderful. She remembers all her friends. 10 years have passed since then. She was only 14 years old. Then she didn't even realize that she was different from others, but it turned out the way it did. She reflects that there is even something disturbing in this, because once something happened. One day she encountered an enemy that even she couldn't handle, so what should she do then? The girl suddenly fell silent, and the guy turns to her, which brings her to consciousness. The guy holds 2 mugs and asks her what's wrong with her, whether she's withdrawn into herself again. Giselle says that it's her turn to be on duty now, so let him rest. The guy says that he doesn't want to sleep at all. The girl sits calmly and drinks from a mug. The main character addresses the girl. The guy uses the creation and creates a teddy bear, which surprises the girl. She takes it in her hand. The main character thought that something was bothering her lately. Giselle asks what, and then he decided to treat her like a child. The guy tells her that she is a child. He is the oldest in their group, and he has no fighting skills or talents. And she is only 14. And she has already been given the burden of saving the whole world, which is why she doesn't need to shift all the responsibilities onto herself. There are things she can't do, but they can. Asking for help is not shameful. After all, they are friends and comrades. The main character and the girl, with a teddy bear in her arms, thoughtfully looking at the fire. Giselle tells him that since then she always thought that she could never compare to him. Theo wonders if he really said that. She says that he always helped her in everything. He did everything except fight, but now she has grown up and become more useful. She wished she had said it earlier, but she was ashamed, to be honest. When she heard that she was going on a trip, she wanted to go with him. The girl says she wanted to go on another adventure with him, at least until he got tired of her. The guy tells her that they are still friends. He strokes her head, thanking her for coming. The hero joins the protagonist group. Giselle stands and looks with a smile, showing a greeting gesture. The main character suddenly remembers and asks the girl about that sailor. The girl doesn't remember, and the guy explains that she said that her friend gave her a lift. Theo asks Giselle if she came by boat, here on the new continent. It is dangerous to be alone, they must look. The girl asks if she told about the sailor. She asks the guy about the fact that, didn't she say that it wasn't a human who helped her? A flying dragon appears right in front of them. Victor is happy with the reception they gave Giselle. He holds a mug in his hand. The girl definitely did not expect to meet a hero in these wild lands she could not even imagine. Everyone suddenly asks who is next, whether it is Ouroboros, but the main character tries to calm them down. The main character asks them not to forget the main thing. The dragon appears in front of them, and they silently look at it. Victor asks if he can explain what the giant dragon is doing here. If he wants him to go down again, the guy is just as surprised as everyone else. The protagonist reports that it is a heavenly dragon, but unnamed because it is not a familiar. In fact, he is an old acquaintance of theirs. They emphasize that they have something in common, but who else? Giselle, smiling, says that of course it is hers. They met him about 10 years ago, during a mission to eliminate the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's castle was located right in the center of a vast poisonous swamp, the poison of which no one could bear. It could truly be called a fortress. That place was teeming with demons, and also a tribe of dragons, who didn't particularly care about the lives of people and demons. Their only hope of getting to the castle was to ask them for help. Everyone was shocked that they were using dragons as carriers. The protagonist reports something like that, but it was not easy. The girl stands happily behind him, and people think that the hero is being scared. Their group is something anyone else would have died. Theo says that this is why they know this sky dragon. He definitely didn't expect it to fly all this way. The guy asks the dragon if he is okay, because he is so far from home. He growls in response, and everyone looks at him in bewilderment, except the guy. He reports that now that he thinks about it, he had already felt someone's terrifying presence before. They really did act recklessly. Victor asks how Giselle got the dragon's help. The guy says that he would also like to know about it. She doesn't have any taming skills, so how did the heavenly dragon bring her here? The girl wonders what to answer. She reports that she was just hanging out in his nest and asking over and over again until he agreed. She remembers what it was like. People understand that another would have died 10 times. If you ask nicely, they will definitely listen. The guy says that Giselle has always been assertive. This is a good character trait. However, she did not force him, or even him. The guy felt the same as he did. The guy thinks that the dragon wanted to see her in action again. The main character understands this. The guy realizes that it's getting more and more restless here. It seems that this place is too small for him. The dragon roars. People think that he is so carefree. Theo tells the dragon that he doesn't have to stay here. Suddenly a wind appeared, and the dragon flew into the sky. People are thinking about how Theo is surprising them more and more every day. Theo and Shiro are looking at him. They sit and eat, the two of them thinking about how Giselle seems to be close to Theo. Shiro asks Theo if she is sad. The girl chews and says that she is not sad, remembering how he stroked her head. The girl angrily pokes her fork into the plate and finally gets into the food. Theo is surprised by this and shows the protagonist that she has finally learned how to use a fork. She notices how the guy is happy with Giselle and is silent. The guy asks her what is wrong. However, Theo does not decide to tell him anything and just remains silent. Then they go home and morning comes. The protagonist wakes up and wonders what's going on. Shiro, Theo, several wolf cubs, and Begalof are lying on him. Giselle is happy and wishes the guy a good morning. She asks the guy how he slept. He says that it was so-so. He just dreamed that he was crushed by a boulder. They notice that Theo is covered in fur. He agrees. Begalof is completely smooth. The girl says that it's not fair. He has all the fur. What should a girl do to sleep like that? Giselle asks why he didn't want to sleep with her. He said that things are different now, so they need to respect some boundaries. Then can she at least keep an eye on them? Just. The wolf cubs jump on the girl, and it seems to her that they can't stop playing with her. She can't breathe. She asks the guy to help. The thing is, Giselle can quickly become friends with absolutely anyone, and he will never have to worry about her not fitting in with the group. Suddenly, Theo comes up to the guy, holding his hand and awkwardly looking down. He asks her what happened. She says that nothing at all. Theo thinks that when someone says that nothing happened, it usually means that they are very worried about something. The main character asks Curry if she can go with him. He is going to check Boa Boa. The girl realizes that this is the chimera. She says that he doesn't even need to ask, a completely new species. She needs to properly examine this sample. The guy warns that he is injured, so let her be careful. And so the main character asks Giselle to stay in the camp. She is surprised by this. The girl is indignant because she also wants to visit Boa Boa. The guy asks to stand. She needs to rest because she was poisoned. Theo tells her that Giselle is still recovering but is unable to navigate, asking her and her family to look after her. Theo explained what he wanted from her, but he didn't want her to do it against her will. Theo suddenly shouted out sharply that she agreed. Encouraged, Theo said she could care. Walking through the forest, Carrie asked him if he was sure of his choice, to which he shuddered and asked again. She noticed Theo's suspicious reaction, and he also left her and Giselle together. She said he was so anxious he was like a living corpse. Theo denied his condition, but she said he was literally a living corpse. He explained to her that the idea was not his, but Shiro's. Theo needs to understand herself and find the answer herself. Theo stood confused and depressed with her back to Giselle. She looked at her with interest. She didn't understand what to do. She promised to take care, but what next? Theo quickly walked and said that she would show her the village. Giselle admitted that Theo had already shown her red yesterday, to which she stopped abruptly. She was confused and didn't know what to do until her brother called out to her and said that he knew why she was worried. She's afraid that Theo will leave her. She is afraid that she will lose her family again. Giselle suggested that Theo sit down and talk. She asked what she wanted to talk about. Putting on a sweet face, she offered to talk about Theo. Sitting on a tree stump, Giselle began to tell how she met Theo. Perhaps they met long before Theo was born. She recalled how difficult and dangerous it was during various missions, when the team faced unexpected difficulties and threats. She emphasized that in such moments, Theo always came to the rescue, showing patience and resourcefulness, dealing with the problems that arose and supporting everyone around him. Giselle pointed to a distant mountain, on the top of which a majestic heavenly dragon stood out brightly, spreading its huge wings and sitting on the mountain looking at the sky. She told me about the Dragon King, who was not inferior to anyone of his kind. Theo asked excitedly. Perhaps Theo had tamed the Dragon King? Giselle smiled, saying that he had made friends with the dragon. Most of the dragons wanted to see what Theo was capable of, so that he could show off his skills. The whole team was already ready to fight the dragons. But Theo just sat down and said loudly that he didn't want to fight them and didn't want any enmity. He called on the dragons to negotiate and to keep their cool. For 3 days and 3 nights he prayed to the Dragon King. He told him about the demons that tormented people, how dragons should live in the future. After long and persistent persuasion, the Dragon King agreed to help personally and thanked the adventurers. Theo sat there speechless and beaming with admiration at this story. But then she said admiringly how amazing Theo was, to which Giselle agreed with her. Theo felt sad because she didn't know such details about Theo. Tucking her legs under her, she added that it would be better for him if he came home. Giselle turned to Theo and asked her what she thought of him. She raised her head and replied that he was very kind. Giselle smiled happily and confirmed her words about Theo. Giselle continued to tell the story. If they had tried, then perhaps their path would have been easier. If Theo tamed the dragon by force rather than by negotiating with it. But he never uses taming without permission. Giselle thinks he is kind, just like Theo, and was sure that he would always listen and support her. She noticed that Theo, like Theo, had the ability to tame, which made Theo shudder. And she assumed that she made Shiro her familiar. Theo praised Theo and said that he had never seen a more talented tamer in his life. He didn't know much about it, but he was willing to help Theo learn the skill of taming, how to use them properly. This was so that she wouldn't get into a dangerous situation. He considered her to be like a daughter to him, that's why he was worried. Theo beamed at this statement. Sitting on Begalof, they rode through the forest, discussing how good it was that Boa had no problems, to which Theo agreed. Curry, holding a notebook, wrote down the information and was pleased with her observations and wanted to share them upon her return. She noticed that Theo looked even worse, to which he pretended not to understand her. She tried to cheer him up by telling him that Theo and Giselle would be fine and that they were smart enough. Theo was surprised that she knew her, to which she replied that she knew a little. But the next second she exclaimed and pointed somewhere ahead. In the distance, the outlines of wooden houses began to appear on the horizon. Their sharp roofs and walls seemed to cut through the horizon, indicating the approach to familiar territory. They returned to the village. Walking further, they stopped and saw a nice picture. Giselle and Theo played and petted the wolf cubs, glowing with joy and happiness. Curry confirmed her words that he was worried about them for nothing. Theo looked up and saw Theo there and called out to him. Coming closer as she ran towards him, he was incredibly happy that they were doing well and were having fun. He was incredibly happy that they had become friends, to which they, smiling broadly, confirmed his words. Giselle wanted to discuss some things with him, but Theo did not understand her. Theo bowed her head slightly, saddened and thoughtful. One question tormented her. She couldn't decide whether he would stay with her forever, but still hesitating, she said loudly that she ate with a fork. Realizing what she had said, she suddenly fell silent, bowed her head, and sighed in annoyance. The next second, Theo reached out his hands to her and lifted her up, which she didn't expect. He raised her higher and asked again, but then began to boast about her joyfully. Still in his arms, with tears in her eyes, she loudly asked him not to leave. He replied with a wide and gentle smile that he would never do such a thing. His face was filled with kindness and calm, and his voice sounded soft and confident. While Theo looked at him with tears in her eyes, he said that he would never do that to his family. The next moment she clung to him and began to cry loudly while he held her in his arms. He held her tightly in his arms, trying to comfort her at the moment when she could not hold back her tears. He spoke words of encouragement to her, reminding her that everything would be fine, that she was not alone. At this time, his friends watched this scene with a slight smile. They were pleased to see such sincere and touching care. Standing at the board with a drawing of the beast, Curry told those present how they went to visit the chimera. The beast they saw looked like a giant boar, but in fact it was a completely different creature. Those present listened attentively to her every word, showing genuine interest, and then began to ask questions, and she answered. She began to explain that a chimera is a creature that is a mixture of several animals. The body is similar to a boar, but its skin is covered with the fur of another animal. Theo thought to himself. They returned to the lair of the chimeras and called a meeting in order to keep everyone updated on the situation. Victor, who was present at the meeting, asked Curry an important question, namely, whether the boas were dangerous to them. to which she replied that they should not worry. When she was there, the chimeras were kind to her, even though she was a stranger to them. Although Boa is not Theo's familiar, he understands him well. Theo confirmed Curry's words to everyone present. The residents sighed with relief and smiled, convinced that they were not in danger. Then he added that the chimera was already here. To his surprise, Curry screamed, and everyone present began to laugh. Boa looks at Theo and asks if he needs anything. Theo explains what the chimera is cooking, and Curry looks at him and is surprised that the beast is so responsible. The man asks what to do with them. Theo decides to find out information about the adjacent caves in the area. Boa turned to Theo, asking him something, to which the guy replied that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. The man asks him what just happened. Theo checked something when he was in his lair. It turned out that Boa himself left the craters on the field. It turned out that the animal could not resist the desire to enjoy the quality land and did not want to cause harm to it. Boa was grateful for saving his life and wanted to repay, at least help on the field. Theo accepted the beast's application about the field and decided to find out what the person in charge of their field thought about it. The young guy in charge of the field was surprised when Theo addressed him. Then he added whether the guy was involved in restoring the field, to which the person in charge thought for a moment and then said that additional forces would certainly not hurt, but it was unlikely that Boa would be able to take and use the equipment. Theo looked at the chimera, then at the hooves, and agreed with the boy that the beast would not be able to use the equipment. Giselle and Theo exchanged glances. Then he said that perhaps he would come out after all, and that it was necessary to hurry to the field. Arriving at the field, the resident, wiping sweat from his face, looked at Theo and asked what he wanted. Then he added that they were still working on restoring the field, to which Theo offered to help Boa restore the field. The guy turned sharply to the beast and was very surprised, not believing what was said. The tamer decided to find out how they were restoring the field. The villager thought about it. The guy, looking at Theo, then answered, in order to soften the soil, they process it, and then make beds and plant seeds. Theo, taking a hoe in his hands, turned to Giselle. He handed her a hoe and asked her to help soften the soil. That was all that was required of her. She took the hoe from Theo's hands with a smile and agreed to help. The girl asked all workers to move to a safe distance. At the other end of the field, she asked a young guy to also move away, and he took a step back. Giselle tuned herself in and gripped the instrument tightly, feeling determined and confident. Her face became focused, her gaze firm and purposeful. She swung sharply and with all her strength, shouting, hit the ground. As soon as the hoe touched the ground, its impact sent out a powerful and destructive wave of force from the swing, causing the earth to fly in all directions. Most of those present were unable to say a word. They were so surprised by such an unexpected reception and the power of her blow. There was a loud sound throughout the forest, as if something had exploded, and a huge wave from the impact rose upward. The boy lost his footing and fell back in shock when he saw what Giselle had done, and the furrows from her blow appeared on the ground. He couldn't believe what he saw. She turned to Theo and asked how he liked her work, to which she enthusiastically praised her and thanked her for her efforts. The villager knelt down and touched the ground. He was surprised how soft the ground was, and that the first step was done in the blink of an eye. To which Theo smiled, knowing that although it was a bit rough, it was fast enough. Theo turned around with a smile to the people, and Boa stood behind him with a fierce face, doing his job. He approached Victor about the equipment for the field, and he responded positively, nodding in agreement. However, the resident, hearing this, did not quite understand what exactly he needed these items for. The tamer held out his hands to the equipment and replied with a smile that he needed them as material. The man looked at him with wide eyes, not understanding what he meant. Theo mentally imagined the process of adaptation. Light appeared around the objects. While he was concentrating on creating a device for the field, he assured that he would return everything to its place. To which the resident watched the process with interest and did not worry about the tools. He continued to build the device, carefully connecting the parts and checking each part to make sure it worked properly. The man standing next to him carefully watched his every move, not looking away and not missing a single detail. Despite this, inside he remained a little puzzled. He still did not understand what exactly Theo was going to create in the end, and what purpose this device was intended for. A huge plowing device suddenly appeared on the field, which seemed so massive that it took up almost the entire area. Boa Boa carried this device on himself like a harness for horses. This device was so large and impressive that it seemed as if it completely covered the entire field. The surprised villagers were amazed by the cattle cart, and the man finally understood what kind of device Theo was creating. Theo confirmed people's guesses that this device is suitable for any large cattle and is designed for plowing the land or soil in order to level it. But this device requires a lot of wood. He explained that he was born in a land where the craft of agriculture flourished and many farmers worked. They usually harnessed mules to work the fields, using simple but effective means to plow and level the soil. These methods were familiar to him from his childhood, and he knew well how important it was to have reliable and powerful equipment to perform such tasks. That is why he created this huge device. He approached Boa Boa and began to explain how the device works. In order for it to work, you put it on the animal and walk a little. The next moment, all the people around looked at the work with admiration, and Theo was happy with the work done. Looking at the cultivated land, the residents were amazed at how strong and resilient the animals were. They noticed how perfectly the surface of the field was leveled thanks to the huge device. Even smooth rows of land created the impression of professional work. People watched the result with surprise and admiration. The resident approached the hero. He found the situation comical, where the chimera and the hero were working in the field together. In his homeland, they were shocked by such a picture. Giselle called out to the man and didn't understand what he meant. She explained with a smile and with all sincerity that there could be a better and more heroic way than to provide people with food. It is a great honor for her to help people in this way. Curry, watching the process, was surprised and puzzled by how much work had been done in such a short time, as it was impossible for an ordinary person to do such work. Suddenly, Theo appeared out of nowhere behind her dog, smiling. She shuddered in surprise, and the guy at that time did not agree with her words. While Giselle was carefully and with interest examining the seeds that were in the bags, the guy explained to Curry that the work was not all done yet. The work was not yet completely done. This was only the first stage that Giselle and Boa Boa did, plowing and leveling the land. The next step is clearing the land and planting the seeds in the ground. While they were discussing what could happen to the soil if the soil was processed too roughly and what could lead to interference with the planting of seeds, loud exclamations were heard from behind. Giselle, while examining the seeds, accidentally damaged several, to which she was asked not to touch them. Giselle gave a clear example of what would happen if brute force was used, to which the girl understood what Theo meant and knew that every person was ready to contribute and help in this matter. Curry praised him for his smart move and the work he did. Rebuilding the field in this way is not only efficient, but also fast. The field was permeated with the smell of chimera. This should minimize the chances of other monsters appearing. She is amazed and is willing to bet that Theo even took this into account, to which he only grins awkwardly. After the work was done, Theo thanked Boa Boa for the work done, to which the beast sighed with relief, satisfied and proud of the work done. Victor approached Boa Boa and thanked the beast with all his heart for the extended work. He did a great job. Theo turned to the man and was surprised how he could always remain so polite. Boa Boa turned to Theo. They began a dialogue, to which Victor did not understand what they were talking about. Theo relayed the beast's words, saying that everyone was tired and suggested that they go to a hot spring that was located nearby. Boa Boa offered to show where this spring was located so that they could swim and relax there. When they reached the hot spring, everyone was extremely happy and excited. Carrie was surprised that the hot spring was quite close to them. Theo didn't understand why Giselle and Curry agreed to go to the springs. Even Victor refused to go, citing unfinished work. Curry went for research, as hot springs are often the site of much animal activity, while Giselle simply decided to take a dip. Theodore dipped his hand into the hot spring to check the quality of the water, and thought that he needed to report to the village first. Suddenly, Giselle appeared before Theo naked, ready to test the water, and the guy shouted at her to get dressed. Curry laughed at this situation since they had all swam together before, to which Theo turned a blind eye, justifying himself by saying that those were the times. He also believed that by doing so they were setting a bad example for Theo Gall. The girls just called him Mommy. While Giselle was already undressed, and wearing only a towel, warming up and getting ready to bathe, Curry thought it was necessary to find out all the information about the hot spring, including the temperature of the water. Theo used magic to erect a partition in the middle of the spring, with the girls on one side and him on the other. He pointed his finger at the small structure he had created. It was a changing room. Kuri assured that there was no need to build, as she was already standing in a towel and was ready. Theodore abruptly turned away and covered his face with both hands. He was uncomfortable with such behavior and the appearance of the girls. While they were both discussing the situation, saying that this was not the first time something like this had happened while traveling, Giselle had already managed to jump into the water, causing a large splash. Theodore smiled awkwardly, telling Kuri that she thought like a true adventurer, leaning against the rocks and half immersed in hot water with a contented face. He held a towel on his head. On the other side of the divide, Theo agreed with the girls that there was nothing better than a hot outdoor bath. The girls were pleased that he admitted it. There were splashing sounds coming from the girls. Theo thought it was Theo swimming like that. Kuri replied with annoyance that it was Giselle having fun like that. She swam the crawl quickly with a satisfied face. Besides the girl and Theo, there were also chimeras swimming. The spring was big enough for anyone to swim in, maybe even a sky dragon could fit in. Kuri was thinking about inviting a dragon to bathe in this hot spring next time they went. Theo was mad that the spring was so big that even Begalof could swim in it. The bath at the camp was too small for him. The tamer, with a wide and satisfied smile, decided to find out if Begalof was doing well, to which he gave a voice indicating satisfaction. After finishing bathing, the guy didn't recognize Theo at first. She was standing with her hair down. He called her to make sure, to which she turned to him with a smile. He didn't understand why she had this problem with her hair. He took a lock of Theo's hair in his hand. It was silky and well-groomed, like an aristocrat's. Usually her hair wasn't in the best condition. The girls, standing with pleased faces and raised noses, were pleased with his reaction. He didn't recognize them either. Their hair radiated cleanliness and well-groomedness. It looked like expensive and high-quality silk. Giselle accepted the help of a slug to dry her hair. Theo was surprised that she understood him easily, even though she has no taming skill. Because Pip can help with mana circulation, he can help with damaged hair. Of course, Theo found it hard to believe her words, but he saw everything clearly. That's why their hair was so beautiful. Slime was proud of his work. Pip's powers on himself, too. She held out a slug, and Theo jumped back and refused her offer, assuring her that he was perfectly fine and was fine as is. She didn't let up and kept insisting that he needed to try what his slug familiar could do. The girls supported Kuri's zeal. Theo didn't have time to finish speaking before a slug was thrown in his face. He tried to get it off his head, but the slug stuck to his head with a death grip. The girls watched with interest what the end result would be, and now the whole group had magnificent curls. If you looked at them, it would seem as if they were radiating radiance. Returning back, the residents did not recognize the boys, but they were still pleased with the source. Suddenly, there was a cute sound. Someone sneezed. It turned out to be Theo. Theo, running with plates and getting ready for breakfast, heard a sneeze. He began to worry about her, whether she was okay. The dogs quickly ran up to her and started to cuddle up to her. She started sneezing because she was cold. Theo saw this picture of her surrounded by furry friends and was already calm and understood that she was warm. There were 6 of them, like a soft blanket. He noticed that the air temperature began to drop towards evening, so he asked Theo when the coldest time of the year was, to which she raised her hands above her head, showing how high the snow and drifts could lie. Theo was surprised that there could be so much snow. He stood there, thinking. It seemed they had some time before winter came, but for now they were stuck working outdoors. They should prepare before winter came, before the snow started falling. It would be best to do it now. While he was thinking, a group of people stood behind him, cheerfully discussing something. In this company, a girl with pointed ears and a hood turned and looked at him, while her companions continued to talk cheerfully. Theo entered the wooden house where Victor was cutting up meat. He turned to the guy who entered and asked him what these covered passages were. Theo wanted to ask about this, then decided to find out what he was doing. Victor cooked meat for the little ones, who looked at him pitifully as they begged him to give them food. Theo apologized for not keeping an eye on their food. Victor didn't mind. It was only a joy to him, and he understood that they still had a lot of growing to do. He handed them a plate with sliced meat. Theo was surprised. Victor himself, Bloody Wind, was preparing food for the wolf cubs. He was ready to bet that his old adventurer friends would be shocked by such a picture. Victor only laughed at his statement. He believes that his name cannot compare with Theo and his friends, who have achieved results during their travels. Thanks to the hero's team, The war against the demons ended. The demons were so terrifying that the heroes group's actions make them nothing less than saviors for people. Theo agreed that demons were certainly powerful. Even Giselle herself had been in danger more than once. It was understandable why demons were so frightening to most people. Remembering the original question, they decided to discuss it. Theo learned from Theo that when winter comes, there is a lot of snow, so he suggested making simple covered walkways in case of heavy snowfalls. He also suggested making a dining room so as not to freeze during the winter. Victor agreed with his idea. He suggested consulting a climatologist and a geologist so they could come up with a plan. Theo was delighted and thanked him. First, they developed a plan by looking at a map and consulting with a climatologist and a geologist. Where would be the best place to build a canteen? After completion, everyone was happy with the work done. The dining room turned out to be wide, and all the necessary furniture was already in it. Now they could not worry when it rained, or there was a strong wind during the meal. Victor noticed that Theo suddenly became deep in thought. His gaze became focused and a little distant. He came closer, asked with interest what had happened to him. At the moment, the passage forms a large circle, and if it rains, the water will collect in the center, Theo thought. To avoid such a fate, he installed a drainage system where the water would drain. Victor confirmed his words but did not understand what the problem could be. Theo, looking up, was afraid that the external drainage system might not work, so he wanted to do a test run and check how it works. The sky was clear, not a single cloud. Both were thinking that since the heroes group had arrived, they had no problems with the weather. Victor came up with the idea that perhaps there simply wasn't enough rain at this time of year, and unfortunately, no one could control the weather. The thought instantly occurred to Theo. They could make it rain with magic. Lily from the team of heroes is capable of such a thing. She can call up strong winds and terrible lightning to fight off huge crowds of enemies, Theo thought, but he doubted whether it would be possible to change the weather in this way. Victor upset Theo with a negative answer. After all, Lilia is an exceptional sorcerer. Climate control requires magic of unusual power. Although Lilia is capable of it, it is only due to her exceptional talent. Any other mage couldn't do such feats, Theo mused. Perhaps it was his old team that had given him some exceptional standards as a yardstick. Victor remembered that some of the settlers could do such a thing, who could quite possibly command the weather. Theo was already happy about this news, but Victor stopped him. There was a problem. The mage in question expressed a personal desire to have nothing to do with Theo. Theo was stunned by this news. He didn't understand what he could do to this magician, why he didn't want to deal with him. But Victor denied it and asked not to jump to conclusions. Victor figured that since Giselle was here, time had passed. Theo honestly didn't understand what she had to do with it. Victor was about to explain when something flew towards them, but it passed by, jumping away in time in different directions. Theo tried to understand where the attack came from. The enemy was not visible. Victor stood quietly in thought. It was more of a warning than an attack, that he shouldn't tell the reason why the mage didn't want to help or contact him in any way. Theo wondered if he was being followed, and received a positive answer from Victor. He had been followed from the shadows for some time now. Theo didn't like that he hadn't warned him about it. He honestly didn't understand why he was being followed. In fact, some time ago, Lilia asked Victor for a favor. She asked him to distribute tasks and assignments so that the two of them wouldn't meet, and since then, they boarded the ship. In such a small community, her secrecy from Leo would be a hindrance. Victor wanted to talk to her personally, but Leo stopped him. He said he would talk to her himself. It must be at least awkward that she was avoiding him. If she had a real reason for doing this, then Leo wanted to talk to her and hear the reason. Leo found the girl in the bushes. He slowly approached her, wanted to talk, but at that very second she quickly ran away in the opposite direction. Because of this action of the girl, Theo stood in a stupor. He really thought that she hated him. By this time, Victor appeared behind him, wanted to console him. Theo jumped up and ran, screaming, shouting that she would not surpass him, and that she did not underestimate him. He was only 35 years old. Victor did not even have time to stop him. He only shouted his name. After some time, he stood on his knees and breathed heavily, catching his breath. But he still missed her. Running up to the field, Theo nodded vigorously and smiled at the workers who were working there. He paused for a moment to say hello and be polite. Then, A little puzzled, he decided to ask them if anyone had passed by. People approached him with questions, trying to find out who exactly he was looking for. He seemed very excited and focused, but when asked for details, he suddenly froze. Panic arose inside. He realized that he could not even remember her name. He realized that he should have asked Victor earlier, at least what her name was. He apologized to the people and said that he was trying to remember. People were stunned by this. He tried to remember everyone, because their team consisted only of male adventurers. After counting them in his head, he had to figure out who he hadn't seen yet. Theo began to slowly list in his mind all the groups and people he had known recently. He thought of his comrades, acquaintances, those who might have access to magic or knowledge of the elements. The more he thought, the clearer one possible candidate became, Arya. Having learned the name, they answered that she was in the field. Theo suddenly remembered he had met her before, just before sailing, in the port city of Kalyali. Then she had seemed to him just a passerby or a casual acquaintance, but now everything looked different. Details surfaced in his memory: her look, her manner, her tone of voice. Adventurer Arya, surprisingly, they had not encountered each other since they met in the port city of Kalyali. He decided to ask everyone in the area, even animals, if they had seen her. Victor, walking with logs on his shoulders, saw Theo. He asked if he had caught up with her. He looked at Theo carefully and immediately realized that his friend looked exhausted and tired. His tired look, disheveled hair, and the leaf stuck in his hair indicated that he had clearly failed to complete his task. Victor assumed that after building new buildings and most of the work, he was simply tired. He decided to offer him a break, at least for a little while. He tried to convince him he understood that Theo was not pleased that he was avoided and treated like that. To which Theo denied his words. Theo decided to open up to him. He wanted to tell him his thoughts, what he felt when he appeared here. His days became interesting. It wasn't always easy and smooth, but they even managed to find new friends and learn something new. He hadn't had such adventures for a long time. While Theo was talking to Victor, a girl was sitting in a tree and listening attentively. But his mere presence made her try her best to remain unnoticed. He sincerely regretted that she had to avoid him. He did not like the thought. He wanted all the adventurers gathered here to have a good time and enjoy every day with their friends. Theo stretched and wasn't going to stop just because he was a little tired. Traveling with Giselle and her crew was much more tiring than this. And even then, with all the difficulties, how, in his opinion, if they try hard in such moments, then later it will cause a smile. Arya, sitting on the branch of a tall tree, listened attentively to Theo and Victor's conversation. Her body was tense, her eyes were focused on their every word. In her hand, she held the magic wand tightly. Victor looked at Theo carefully. He did not understand who he was talking about. He wanted to understand who could be involved in what was happening, and what role they play in this mystery. However, his question remained unanswered. He was interrupted by Theo's sudden cry. He noticed approaching storm clouds that were quickly gathering on the horizon. Victor noticed, and it was true, their original goal was to make it rain. Theo wondered if they were going to do it now, they would have to do it later. The clouds looked rather unusual. They seemed focused at first, as if they were localized exclusively above the base. Theo turned his head and saw a silhouette on the roof of the building. He had to guess who it was. Arya stood on the roof of a tall building, her feet firmly planted. She cast a spell in a quiet, confident voice, the words of which sounded like a whisper on the wind, penetrating space and time. The next moment, the first drops of rain began to fall from the sky. Small and cool, they quickly intensified, turning into a heavy downpour. Victor and Theo watched this phenomenon with interest and surprise. The water flowed down their faces and clothes, creating the feeling that nature itself was reacting to what was happening. Suddenly, shouts and cries were heard, carried through the streets, flooded with rain. People, hurrying through puddles, ran in panic, trying to take shelter as quickly as possible under awnings and in houses. As Victor and Theo stood there, discussing their thoughts and watching the rain rage, a figure slowly approached them. At first, it seemed dark and indistinct against the pouring rain, but as it approached, it became clear. It was Arya. Her figure stood out against the gray sky and the wet street. She held her magic wand in her hand, and her eyes were full of determination. Apparently, she had accomplished her task. She had made it rain. Now, Theo was absolutely convinced he was she, the girl he had met once, Kalyali. She hadn't had her hood on the last time they'd met, and he remembered her face well. Open, a little mysterious, with bright eyes that held a hidden strength. Now, looking at her again, Theo knew for sure. She'd been avoiding him on purpose then. It was as if she'd been trying to remain invisible, to hide from his gaze. He turned to her, to which she shuddered. He decided to find out what he had done, and that was why she was so diligently avoiding him. What could he have done to her? Theo started a dialogue with her. He was sorry if something was wrong. He didn't understand what he could do wrong to her. He just couldn't remember. Abruptly and unexpectedly, she asked the question, what could he do? It was more of a statement than a question. She looked at him from under her hood with irritation. She thought that was the problem, that he didn't remember. She looked at him with malice and hatred. It felt like she was going to attack him. Theo's entire body tensed, feeling the tension permeate every muscle. His heart began to beat faster, and his eyes lit up with caution. Victor, noticing that the situation was heating up, and that the conversation could lead to undesirable consequences, intervened in the dialogue. He understood that he had to keep the reason for her behavior a secret, but he decided to tell her anyway. It turns out that Arya is a nickname. In fact, she is a demon. Her real name turned out to be Aristella. Theo looked at her in surprise when he found out who she really is. A memory flashed through Theo's mind, or rather, a face that had appeared once before in the past. He remembered her. After he remembered, the girl took off the hood of her robe. She introduced herself, stating her race and real name. Of course, Theodore was surprised. He stood with his mouth open, and could not utter a word because of the information he learned. When Aristella said her words, that her real name is Aristella, she is a demon, and the daughter of the demon lord, word quickly spread throughout the village. The demon king's daughter herself was among them. Some people didn't believe it was Arya. One of the adventurers knew she was a demon, to which the others were surprised and indignant that he hadn't told them before. He thought it was insignificant information, but he knew she was in conflict with Theo. They reasoned that this sounded like a huge nuisance. She must be very upset with him. If they bumped into each other, something irreparable could happen. Theo's friends immediately ran to him to avoid trouble. When the friends ran closer, they found an amazing picture. Theo, with a wide smile on his face, was patting Aristella on the shoulder, clearly happy to see her. His gaze showed genuine joy. How quickly time had passed, how much she had changed and grown over the years. It was as if he saw again the girl he had once met. When Theo's friends called out to him, he turned to them, still holding onto Aristella's shoulders. Their eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. They looked as if something important or dangerous had happened. Theo tensed, not understanding what had happened. His friends explained to him that they were worried because Arya was Aristella and that they would kill each other, to which Theo sincerely did not understand why they should kill each other. When his friends turned their attention to Victor standing behind them, his face remained calm, but there was a deep awareness in his eyes. He understood why they were so worried, and why their anxiety was so strong. They didn't know what had happened at the thank you party. The adventurers turned around, confused, and asked again what kind of a thank you party this was. Theo rubbed the back of his head and sighed heavily, knowing he would have to explain. He began to explain that the Thanksgiving party was officially known as the Demon Lord Killing Celebration. It was a celebration held to celebrate humanity's victory over the Demon Lord, which was hosted by the Demon Lord himself. The friends were very surprised by this story. How is it that the Demon King himself organized the evening he was supposed to die at the hands of the hero? They suspected that Theodore had time to drink somewhere since he was talking such nonsense in their opinion. Theo tried to stop and explain this whole situation, why it happened. Theodore, noticing their confusion and realizing that they were hiding something important, decided to ask them directly if they knew why the demons decided to attack the lands of people in the first place. Why did they attack them, and what did they want? These words left the adventurers stumped. They looked at each other, clearly not expecting such a question. Some of them tried to justify themselves or find excuses, but most simply remained silent, not knowing what to answer. He realized that without clarity on this issue, it was difficult to move forward and find a way out of the current situation. They thought they did it because they decided to invade the territory. The hero's party also decided so at first. But in reality, it was not like that at all. The demons attacked the human lands as part of a contest of strength. This information surprised them even more. Theo continued the story. According to the Demon Lord, the demons themselves value strength above all else. After the heroes' party demonstrated their strength, according to the Demon King, he was amazed by their amazing power. He swore on his name that he would not invade human territory again. It was quite strange to hear this from someone who had almost been torn in two. Thanks to Giselle, who had hit him, he gave in and promised not to invade human land again. Their failure to exterminate the Demon Lord ended on very good terms. Few people know about it, the real reason, and that the Demon King is alive. After all that was said, they tried to digest all the information that was told to them. They wondered why this story did not make it into history. It seemed important to them. He knew that if he told the truth about why demons had attacked the lands of men and what was really going on, he would hardly be believed. His story seemed too incredible, too fantastic for those accustomed to simpler explanations. Even Victor seemed doubtful. He believed part of it, but not completely. It was at this party that Theodore first met Arya. She was still a child then, small, with curious eyes and an innocent expression. Giselle was also present at that party. He looked over and realized that once he got to know her, the resemblance to the Demon King became immediately apparent. In fact, it took him a long time to notice. That cold and intimidating look, just like her father's. Friends understood why she was so upset and angry. She just didn't understand that this was the same Arya who had grown up and changed beyond recognition. That's why there were disagreements between them. Theo thought she wasn't so worried about not recognizing her. He thought she was an adult now, and she'd only met him once, 10 years ago. Theodore, looking at Arya, felt inner turmoil and a desire to understand. He could not understand how he could have offended her or hurt her. In his heart, there was a sincere desire to understand and fix everything, if only he had the opportunity. He did not understand why she was offended at him, what he could have done to her. Theo slowly turned his gaze to her and saw that she had lowered her eyes and was blushing. He told her the reason why she had been avoiding him and was hurt. While he was looking at her, she suddenly apologized to him. She realized that she had been immature. He had forgotten her, so she was a little upset. She promised that she would not avoid him anymore, and then added that she would not for now. She turned sharply and walked away from him. The adventurers laughed at this scene. They understood that he was really in trouble, but all's well that ends well. Theo just watched her as she walked away. He felt uneasy. It seemed to him that she wanted to add something else. Victor clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself. As they might have known, Theo had built covered walkways to be prepared for any heavy snows in the future. The winters in this region were harsher than they had anticipated. They had to gather all the materials they would need for proper winter clothing. Theodore had made enough spinning wheels at their request, but he hadn't expected them to do it in a festival style. They had even set up a food table. But he wondered what they were going to make winter clothes out of anyway. Victor heard Theo's question. Of course they would make winter clothes from wild silk cocoons. Theo didn't understand what wild silk was. It was practically the ancestor of the domesticated silkworm. Victor explained that silkworms produce silk, and wild silkworms do the same. It is breathable, making it an ideal material for clothing in the cold season. During the migration, one of the settlers accidentally came across wild silkworms, so he immediately collected the material, as it was too valuable and would come in handy. Such an unexpected find became one of the important moments of their migration. After all, each such resource brought them closer to a new life and new opportunities. Theo carefully picked up one of the cocoons, and his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe his feelings. This cocoon was incredibly huge. Usually, silkworm cocoons were about 100 times smaller, thin, light, and compact, but these were gigantic. Their size exceeded all expectations. Victor thinks they might contain some really dangerous monsters. Theo was worried they might be taking a big risk collecting them. Theo understood the idea, but did not know how the silk threads would be made. Victor took the cocoon in his hands and quickly lowered it into hot water and began to unravel it into threads in the water. In this way, the insect should die. This is a standard procedure for wild silkworms. In addition, one of the main priorities for today, according to Victor, is simply to have a good time. He believed that it was important to change the monotony of work and give the team an opportunity to get closer, restore spirit, and strengthen mutual trust. Theo paused and thought, For all the time since their last meeting, he had not spoken to Arya. He couldn't get the look on her face out of his head. Maybe he could use the festival as a chance to talk to her. And as fate would have it, Arya showed up, carrying the cocoon with a focused expression, and not even noticing him. She approached the girls who were trying to do something. Arya decided to find out what happened. She arrived just in time. One of the girls said that when she bent down to draw water from the well, her necklace broke and fell into the water. She spoke with annoyance in her voice, showing Arya her lost pendant, which her parents had given her. Arya listened carefully, understanding how important this gift was to the girl. The girls asked if she could somehow get the pendant out of the well. She could very well try. After all, the pendant was not very deep, and if she wanted to, she could get it out. Arya went to the well, concentrated and cast a spell. The water was transferred, and she asked the girl to turn on the pump. After a while, the pendant fell into the bucket from the pipe. The girls enthusiastically pounced and joyfully hugged her, expressing gratitude for the hope of returning the precious pendant. Their faces shone with happiness and relief, because now they had a chance to restore what was lost. Victor and Theo watched all this from the side. Theo, watching this picture, was surprised at how much people trusted her. Victor at first did not understand who he was talking about. Of course they trust her. Arya works as hard as everyone else. Plus she is a first-class magician at such a young age. She uses very subtle and complex spells, capable of doing everything that manual labor cannot do. She is unique and irreplaceable. With a forced smile but confusion in his eyes, Theo listened to Victor. Arya said goodbye to the girls she had helped, and once again she received thanks. Turning around, she saw Theo, who had already approached her. He greeted her and smiled amiably. He admired how she used magic. Even he can't use magic. He understands that such precise control of water at the bottom of the well to move the necklace requires extremely fine skill. He was also grateful for the day she had conjured rain. She had known they needed rain and had provided it for them. He was truly grateful that she had been able to test the drainage system. It bothered him that he had not thanked her sooner. She chuckled at his words. Arya thought he was worrying too much. He hadn't recognized her after their long separation and had come to apologize for that, she supposed. Her words were like an arrow that pierced his heart. He was embarrassed that this had happened. She tried to calm his worries about the situation. He didn't need to apologize for it. Arya had gone on this journey all the way to this new world to see him again, and she couldn't help but feel awkward around him because of it. Theo hadn't expected that from her. Behind them sat a company and spun silk. The more silk there was, the more clothes there would be. Shiro was also happy. Even he would be made clothes similar to hers. They wanted to stop her, so that she would be calmer and not come so close to the cocoon, since it could be unsafe. She threw the wild silk into the water, and suddenly the water shook as if something large and powerful had been squeezed inside. At that moment, the pot suddenly turned over, spilling its contents onto the ground. Theo cried out her name, his voice filled with alarm and fear. Arya reacted instantly, without a second thought. Using her magic, she carefully moved the girl away from the danger zone to protect her from possible consequences. Theo in his arms with a worried heart. She was unconscious, and a feeling of helplessness came over him. Some noticed that something was wrong with the cocoon from the pot. It looked unusual. Its surface seemed strangely deformed. Suddenly, the cocoon cracked with a loud sound, and some movements began to burst out of it. The surface cracked, and thin threads appeared from inside, and then the outlines of something alive. The whole group froze in anticipation, watching what was happening with bated breath. In an instant, a multitude of small creatures with wings flew out of the cracked cocoon. They streamed into the air like flashes of light and flew rapidly towards the forest. Everyone present froze, watching this unusual spectacle. They turned out to be forest spirits, thin, glowing creatures with wings, who instantly disappeared into the depths of the forest. People watching their flight were amazed and surprised. No one expected to see such creatures. They didn't expect that such a thing could happen. They didn't even guess. Usually insects live in cocoons, and they would die in hot water. Maybe it's normal in this area. Someone laughed that they were boiling forest spirits because of this situation. One of the adventurers exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the others. At that moment, everyone noticed that after the disappearance of the forest spirits, the thread became incredibly strong. It stretched without effort. It also became much larger. It increased in volume. Theo, holding Theo in his arms, quickly ran to Arya. His face was full of gratitude and relief. He bowed his head to her, sincerely thanked her for saving his dear person. Thanks to her, Theo avoided burns and wounds. She felt awkward about this. She thought that there was nothing wrong with it. He looked at Arya with a warm smile. He knew she would make a great adventurer. She suddenly remembered their first meeting at the party. That day, when everything was just beginning, a little girl came up to him and addressed him with a sincere smile. Her eyes were shining with curiosity and trust, and her voice was soft and clear. He leaned down closer to her, so that their eyes were level, and looked deeply into her sincere eyes. A curiosity arose inside him. How did this little girl, the daughter of the Demon King, know his name? She learned about it from a book. She hesitated for a moment, as if gathering her strength, and a quiet dream lit up her eyes. She wanted to one day become an incredible adventurer like him, brave, wise, and ready for any challenge. Theo was surprised by her words. His face expressed genuine surprise, and he smiled a little, as if he had not expected to hear such confessions. He thought that Giselle was much braver and stronger than himself, and that she deserved such praise. Arya held the book open in front of him with childish delight, pointing to the lines of the story. She showed him that the book said that he had befriended dragons, that he could fix anything that was broken. He could pull anyone out of any trouble they got into. She looked at him, but at the same time, there was a small shadow of doubt in her heart. She was not sure that she could achieve this, that she had enough strength and courage. Then he slowly dropped to one knee, as if to show his respect and sincere support. His gesture conveyed a willingness to be a mentor and a friend, as well as a desire to walk together on the path of adventure in the future. And so, after his words, all she did was study and train some more. Somehow, she managed to develop her skills so much that she became good enough to become a full-fledged adventurer. One day, rumors reached her that Theo was going to travel to the New World. One day they met again in a port city, but he did not recognize her. She had changed a lot. A lot of time had passed since their last meeting. She was never able to introduce herself properly, feeling mixed emotions inside both joy and anxiety, not knowing how to properly start a conversation. In the end, she hid from him, hiding behind the coolness of the port buildings and the crowd of passers-by. In her heart, there remained the hope that one day they would be able to talk openly again. She realized that she had been hiding from him in vain. A part of her remained in his memory, and this gave her strength and confidence. Of course, he remembered their old conversation about her. A slight regret arose in his heart that he had not recognized her at once in Kalyali. She felt ashamed that she had not immediately admitted who she was. Inside, she felt a slight embarrassment and anxiety because she was so worried that she was afraid of making the wrong move. Theo didn't find it strange that she tried and achieved great results. He understood that behind every success there is persistence, work, and self-confidence. He respected her for not being afraid to move forward despite difficulties and doubts. After all, to meet the one who grew up, choosing him among many worthy ones, an example for admiration. This is much more than he deserved, so he thought. He was overcome with joy and pride, and also a little embarrassed that he became an example for her. Theo moved in his arms. His heart sank with excitement, and he looked at her carefully, full of care and concern. His gaze showed genuine excitement. He wanted to know how she felt after everything she had experienced. The first thing she was concerned about after waking up was the threads. Theo pointed his finger at the fine, interwoven fibers. Theo was happy with the work she had done and what she had created. She felt a warmth in her heart with pride, knowing that all her efforts had not been in vain. She wondered if these threads would be used to make clothes for everyone, for Shiro, the little ones, and even for the others. He thought that there would not be enough silk threads for everyone, and this upset him a little. At that moment, Arya came up to Theo and quietly said something in his ear. His face immediately changed. A smile appeared in his eyes and his movements, obvious approval and pleasure. It was clear that he liked what she said very much, and he appreciated her words. Theo, Shiro, and the wolf cubs were given scarves around their necks made of thin threads. They happily tried them on and felt the warmth and coziness that this simple but beautiful thing gave. Everyone was happy, especially because they now had the same clothes, uniting them and creating a sense of unity. The idea to make the scarves belonged to Arya, and the pattern on them repeated the pattern on Theo's clothes, creating a harmonious and beautiful ensemble. Of course, Theo made the scarves themselves. His skill and accuracy were evident in every stitch. Theo flew into Arya's arms, expressing her gratitude for the idea. She smiled, showing how much she appreciated her support and inspiration. Arya was a little embarrassed, not quite understanding why she was being thanked, since Theo had made the scarves. In response, Theo laughed and gently emphasized how amazing she was, continuing to hold her in her arms. Theo continued to list her qualities, her amazing magic, the magnificent clothes she designed. Her eyes were filled with genuine admiration and a desire to be as strong and talented. She dreamed of gaining the same confidence and skill, so that she could perform miracles like Arya. She remembered saying the same thing to Theo as a child, and she was sure that she would definitely become whoever she wanted. Arya looked at Theo with a warm smile, her gaze reflecting genuine joy and gratitude. She felt that she had made the right choice, having gone through this long and difficult path. This smile expressed her confidence that new discoveries and adventures awaited them ahead. Arya walked calmly, holding onto the wicker basket that held their latest finds and creations. Her steps were confident and measured, enjoying the silence and the freshness of the air around her. Theo ran quickly behind her, trying to catch up with her, and with a smile asked her to slow down. She tried to catch up. She just wanted to enjoy the moment with Arya. Gakari and Theo watched Arya and Theo, smiling deep inside. They felt joy and satisfaction that after all the difficulties and misunderstandings, their friends finally found a common language and became friends. Seeing Arya and Theo walking side by side, taking their first steps towards mutual understanding, was real happiness for them, and confirmation that all the efforts were not in vain. Probably after the silk incident, her admiration for Arya had awakened her interest in magic. Perhaps someday in the future, it would be worthwhile to create an opportunity for her to learn magic, Theo mused. She disagreed with him with a thoughtful expression, but there was a glint in her eyes that spoke of inner determination and inspiration. Deep down, she believed that now was the time to organize magical training for Theo. She felt that this was an important step for her development and for strengthening their friendship. Arya stood at the board in front of the people who came to listen to a lecture about magic and learn it. She said hello and introduced herself. Suddenly she was asked, and now she is a magic teacher. It is very new to her, so she asked to keep this in mind. Because she will teach others, she became nervous and uncomfortable. Theo suddenly shouted to Arya that she completely agreed with her and even called her her teacher. At that moment, a smile played on her face, but at the same time she felt a slight embarrassment. After all, her words sounded unexpected, and she did not expect such a role. The others followed Theo's example and called Arya their teacher with smiles. In response, she became slightly embarrassed and asked them to stop calling her that, smiling and blushing a little. She felt a little awkward in such a role, but at the same time, she was touched by their trust and recognition. Gakari looked at everything that was happening questioningly. Theo noticed this and found out what had happened to her. She, in turn, saw that quite a large number of adventurers had come to listen and learn magic from Arya. She did not expect this. She thought it was logical that mages would study magic, but the fact that so many warriors had gathered here was unexpected. She wondered if they were all planning to use magic. Theo understood what she was getting at, and noted with a slight smile that she thought that mages were only those who shot fireballs or summoned wind. She asked if she was perhaps mistaken in her judgment. He replied that she was partly right. Her knowledge was superficial. Magic was much broader and deeper than it seemed at first glance. But for adventurers, it's different. The most common magic among them is physical enhancement. As they know, adventurers often strengthen their bodies with magic during battle. After all, monsters are not creatures that a normal person can handle, so it's necessary to use everything possible, Arya explained. But most people use this magic intuitively, which makes it ineffective. However, with knowledge of the theory, the effectiveness increases. Suddenly, Arya flew high into the air, showing off her magical power and grace. She gave an example of how the correct theory and deep understanding of magic can allow them to surpass their physical limitations several times. As Arya landed softly on the ground, Theo was eager to learn how she could fly like that. She took a step forward, full of curiosity and a desire to learn the secrets of magic. But Arya stopped her, asking her to take her time. Arya continued her lecture, explaining that each person's body contains mana, and so there was no need to complicate the process. She asked them to imagine themselves stirring the energy within themselves, as if gently shaking water in a vessel, and then redistributing it throughout the body. She emphasized that this was the basis of manipulating magical energy, and that with practice, anyone could learn to sense and control their mana. She gave an example where in a normal state, mana is most often concentrated in the brain and internal organs. If, for example, it is all in the hand, then fatigue will set in quickly. The most important thing is to maintain balance. Everyone listened to her attentively and with interest. Arya noticed the state Theo was in. It seemed like so much complex information at once was too much for her, and her brain was boiling. Arya quickly apologized to her, saying that perhaps she had overcomplicated the explanation, and it was too difficult for Theo. Theo stood her ground and said with determination that she would try and not give up. Theo watched the lecture and started to get nervous. Curry didn't understand why he was nervous. It was just a normal lecture. He explained to her that Theo had never been to anything like this. She had been raised by a pack of wolves. Adjusting to a culture brought from a completely new continent must be very difficult for her. And to suddenly bring her to such a place could be very stressful for her, Theo concluded. Curry thought he was worrying too much for no reason. Curry smiled and began to explain that all children love to enter new worlds and learn about new things. She remembered how she herself, as a child, would happily look through monster manuals, feeling the excitement of discovering new creatures and mysteries. Then she turned to Theo and said that this girl was very adaptable and would quickly get used to new conditions. He explained why he was so worried, saying that Theo was still so young and needed time to get used to new conditions and challenges. He emphasized that it was their duty as adults to look after her, to care for her, and to support her in difficult times. He did not want her to overexert herself or feel alone in this new world. He turned his head towards Theo and saw with horror that she was lying unconscious. In an instant, fear overtook him and he jumped up, rushing towards her. His heart began to beat faster. He wanted to check on her condition as soon as possible and help her. Curry tried to stop him, screaming his name to warn or stop his actions, but she was too late. Theo lay there, unable to move. Arya explained that it was the magic of intoxication. Situations like this happen very often to children who are just beginning to learn how to use mana, she explained, trying to calm him down. Theo was worried and anxiously wondered if everything would be okay with Theo and if something serious would happen to her. She promised that Theo would recover and everything would be okay, because her body was still learning how to manage energy, and such situations were part of the learning process. Theo slowly woke up and opened one eye, blinking slightly. Theo, noticing this, gently approached her and, smiling caringly, decided that it would be better to take a break for today. You can train slowly. The main thing is that she feels good, that everything is still ahead. Theo slowly sat up and smiled, assuring him that she was fine. She asked him not to interfere and just watch silently. Theo was so surprised by her words that for a moment he was speechless. He was overwhelmed with shock and confusion. He could not even utter a word. He just silently looked at her, unable to believe in her confidence and independence. He tried to say something to console her, but Theo interrupted him, firmly declaring that she would not give in. Her action was both a challenge and an expression of independence. She wanted to show that she could handle it on her own and was not going to give in, no matter what. Arya's calm but stern voice said that she was right. Arya emphasized that Theo was really trying her best now, and it was important to support her in this. Her words sounded confident that the girl was capable of much, and that the most important thing now was to give her the opportunity to show her strength and independence. She shared that her father also often interrupted her studies, and she thought it would be better if he left her alone. These words sounded reproachful. For Theo, what he heard was like a dagger to the heart. He felt a deep pain, yet he was worried about Theo. Unable to bear the emotional strain, Theo collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. He was overcome by the experience, unable to hold back the tears and internal shock. Curry stood by, surprised by his reaction, although she tried to calm him down, telling him to stay calm and not get involved in the situation. Curry added fuel to the fire by saying that it was just the way it was, that at least once in a lifetime a father would be hated by his daughter, and he was no exception. He felt a sick, bitter feeling in his soul, because he had wanted so much to support Theo, to make her feel better, and instead he had heard words that made his inner suffering even worse. He gave up in frustration, feeling that he might have gone too far. His heart sank with the realization of his mistake, and he honestly admitted that he had no idea what kind of dark side was hidden inside him. This admission was an important step for him to understand himself better and try to correct his mistakes. Kuri had always thought Theo could handle anything, because he seemed strong and confident in everything. However, now it became clear to her that he too had a hard time maintaining his composure around the children. At least it was quite funny to watch. Coming to her senses, Kuri wondered where Begalof could have gone, since he had been there a few minutes ago. Theo also thought about it, trying to remember where he could have disappeared. His gaze became focused and different versions arose in his thoughts. Perhaps he had gone away on some business or hidden in a secluded place. Dragons are naturally adept at mana manipulation, Theo mused. He thought the dragon had gotten bored and gone to play with the cubs. Kuri found Begalof to be a very caring and kind dragon, which made her feel warm and trusting. Theo was glad that he got along well with everyone, especially with such important creatures to them. Suddenly, a plaintive sound pierced the silence and caught their attention. Theo and Kuri instantly turned towards the source of the sound, their gazes filled with concern and curiosity. Both of their attention was focused on the place where the shrill sound was coming from. It turned out that the source of the plaintive sound was Begalof. He was carefully asking the wolf cub, who had climbed a tall tree, to come down. His voice sounded genuinely concerned and worried about his little friend. Begalof was very worried about the wolf cub, afraid that he might fall or get scared. Everyone was alarmed, not understanding what was happening, why Begalof was just standing there and not helping. Suddenly, Theo and Theo rushed to their aid, their eyes full of determination and anxiety. They quickly realized that they had to act to help the wolf cub and calm the dragon. Theo understood that Begalof was too strong and did not want to hurt the baby. Suddenly, the wolf cub couldn't take it anymore and fell from the tree and flew down. In an instant, Theo rushed forward, used magic and caught the baby.